Thank you. Good morning. My name is Matthew Brewer, interim chairman of the CHA Board of Commissioners. To our residents and guests who have joined us today in board chambers, and to our remote viewers watching the meeting via our live stream video broadcast, welcome to the rescheduled March 24th board meeting. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act and our board rules and procedures, notice of the rescheduled meeting was published in area newspapers and sent by mail, slow mail, and electronic mail to resident leadership. I'll now call the meeting to order, and our board secretary will call roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb,
Present.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy,
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Malone, Commissioner Matanki,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Yeah.
Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. At this time, I will present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. Centering thoughts from Commissioner Harris, followed by a report from our interim CEO, Angela Herlock. We'll then move to public testimony on general matters. After public testimony on general matters, we will recess from the regular board meeting so that members of the Real Estate and Tenant Services Committee can meet to discuss items 1 through 5 and 7. After each committee presentation, registered speakers will be given an opportunity to comment on committee matters. At the conclusion of our committee meetings, the regular board meeting session will resume with a special presentation, vote of board items, and closed session. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion to approve the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. We'll now have our centering thoughts by Commissioner Mildred Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Wow, this is beautiful. I want to say that, as you know, March has been designated as Women's History Month. And so in Chicago, we have been celebrating many women within our 77 communities. These are women who have been productive, fruitful, creative, and successful. But today, I would like to take this opportunity to celebrate all the women who are here at our CHA meeting. I want even the commissioners women, all of you to stand. If you're a woman, please stand. You please stand. All the women here. And if you don't mind, I'm going to remain seated. Just keep standing, yes. Well, as you're standing, if you, let me say, I would just like to give honor to whom honor is due. That's true. There may have been some of you who are mothers, some of you are grandmothers, caretakers, housekeepers, babysitters, you name it. Women, we do it, don't we? Yes. But sometimes there are those who are overlooked for their noble gestures. But today, I don't want that to happen. So I'm sure that many of you have faced challenges. You have been through trials and tribulations, and yet today you stand. I want to say to you, keep on standing. Stand up for righteousness. You have the strength, the wisdom, love, and compassion needed. You are to be honored and respected. And let us now begin to promote all of you because you have a vibrant spirit. May I encourage each of you to write your personal stories in your journals. That is so important because, believe it or not, do you not know that you're to leave a legacy? Yes, you are, for the next generation. And it can inspire them to soar like you into greatness. So may I remind you that here at CHA, part of our mission statement is to put people first. And so this Monday morning, March 24th, 2025, we want to be the first to celebrate and to honor all of you. So give yourselves a hand and know that you are great women. Yes, we are.
Yes, thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Thank you. And now we have some slides that we'll review. This first slide shows the ribbon cutting at the Edith Spurlock Sampson, which took place about a month ago. I'd like to begin by thanking our interim CEO, Angela Herlock, for her hard work and leadership during these challenging times. Angela, we know how much of your energy and talent you're sharing with the CHA, and wanted to let you know that we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Also want to acknowledge our staff. Your hard work often flies under the radar, so I wanted you to hear directly from the board that we're appreciative of your dedication and commitment to our mission. So thank you. And while we're acknowledging, I hope you'll join me in congratulating our Office of the Inspector General, led by Catherine Richards, which recently won a prestigious Knighton Award from the Association of Local Government Auditors. I understand they received the highest honors in the category. So congratulations to Catherine and the OIG department. And on slide 2, actually, before we go to slide 2, I want to go back to Edith Spurlock Sampson. This was a beautiful event. The facility is amazing. And you'll see next to the mayor and in between the mayor and our interim CEO, Herlock, is Pastor Glover, who gave some wonderful remarks as well at the ribbon cutting. I understand she's here today. Good morning. And if you'd like to share some remarks, we'd love to hear from you and very quickly.
Good morning.
You can step to the podium.
To everyone, to the Board of Commissioners, to our own, the interim CEO, none other than the omnipotent and wonderful Miss Angela Herlock, to Brother Matthew, amen. I am so, forgive the amens, I just got out of church yesterday.
Okay.
I am Pastor Evelyn Glover, and I am a resident of Edith Spurlock at 2640 on Chatfield Avenue. I am elated about the wonderful work that CHA is doing and has done and partnered with Pearl. I'm enjoying all the wonderful amenities. We have a brand new living rooms. I mean, several of them. We have an awesome laundry room facility, weight room. We have wonderful amenities. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide after that?
I think you're just going to do that slide.
Yeah.
That's the slide with the mayor on it.
Yeah. So last month, some of you were with us on an unseasonably warm February day when we celebrated the grand opening of the Edith Spurlock residences. On that same day, we also announced a series of initiatives that we're undertaking in 2025 as part of our year of renewal. It's about being intentional and beginning to rebuild trust through openness, collaboration, and long-term strategic planning. And obviously, we're in a period of transition as we are searching for our next CEO. And so I'm the interim board chair. Angela is the interim CEO. And we're in process of selecting and identifying and selecting our next CEO, which is a task we take very seriously. To ensure a thorough selection process, we've formed a search committee that includes CHA resident leadership, board members, government partners, And with respect to the CHA board, Commissioners Washington and Matinke, as well as interim CEO Herlock and myself, are all part of the effort. We've engaged a highly experienced executive search firm to conduct a national search, and the process is well underway. The job description has been publicly posted, and our goal is still to have a new CEO in place by the middle of the year. But the transition is about more than just selecting a new CEO. It's about doubling down on the efforts we've taken here at the CHA for the people who rely on us. Residents deserve a leader who understands their needs, listens to their concerns, and fights for continued funding for safe, stable, and affordable housing. Our partners need leadership that reflects our accountability, and that's why, as we welcome the new CEO, we'll also launch a strategic long-term planning effort to make sure that we're moving in that right direction towards those priorities. The heart of the work isn't in meetings or reports, it's in the people, and so we're happy to have everyone here. So with that, we'll continue to provide updates and progress throughout the year and through this process, and we thank you for your support and your partnership efforts. With that, I'd like to introduce our CEO. And actually, one last thing. I hope everyone's enjoying the refreshments outside today. For our regular meeting attendees, you'll notice that it's the first time we've done it in a while, and it's just a gesture to make sure everyone feels welcome. And the only thing I ask, and this is more housekeeping, is that you kindly place it in the trash when you leave. Last time we did this some years ago, that became a big issue, and there was some damage to the carpet and all that kind of stuff. I trust everyone here will take your wrapper, your cup, and place it in the trash. But more importantly, it's here for you to enjoy, and it's a gesture to make sure everyone feels welcome here at the meeting. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to CEO Herlock.
Thank you, Chairman Brewer. If we can go to the next slide. So in his remarks, Chairman Brewer talked about the year of renewal and how we recently held the event at Sheffield with the mayor, Mayor Johnson, on February 27th. And one of the things in the remarks that the mayor had is he said something that really resonated with me, which was progress moves at the speed of trust. And I'm going to say it again. Progress moves at the speed of trust. For CHA to move forward and to make real progress, we must focus on rebuilding trust. And that includes acknowledging where we've fallen short or not met the intended goal, and that's for whatever reason, and setting forth a plan to begin to correct that. That is why we are working so hard in this period of transition to lay the groundwork for a stronger, more equitable future. True change does take time, but we are committed to using this moment to position CHA to be the best it can possibly be. This means improving transparency and accountability, strengthening oversight and resident engagement, and making more data and key information accessible through our newly released, redesigned website. And as we move forward, we will be creating opportunities to invite open dialogue, feedback, and collaboration to ensure that our residents, stakeholders, and the public feel informed, heard, and engaged in our work. If you can move to the next slide. For example, just last week, our development team hosted an open forum with our development partners so we could hear directly from them. And I want to state that I appreciate their honest feedback about what's working, what's not working, and how we can strengthen our partnerships in the years ahead. Last week, we also hosted a property owners networking event to provide a space for property owners who participate in the HCV program to collaborate with each other, build their network, and to share best practices. More than 40 people attended, and the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. As was mentioned before, we want to continue to create space for dialogue. And this spring, we are launching a comprehensive, all-resident survey to gather direct feedback that will shape CHA's future policies, programs, and operations. This survey will build off of the employee survey that the board conducted last year, at the end of last year, and we hope that it will set the groundwork for more active dialogue with residents going forward. And I do want to take a time to just a minute to thank those staff whom have met with me over the time that I've been here at CHA to provide open, honest feedback and have trusted me to address the concerns they raised and provide opportunities for greater accountability and growth as an agency, because I do fervently believe it starts with us inside, and I am honored to be a part of this team and the way that you show up all the time. The next slide. We are also implementing change that strengthens our oversight and accountability, and particularly in our property operations and our asset management department. For example, we created a new division, which is called our Healthy Homes, to proactively address environmental concerns that exist within our properties. And as the Chairman Brewer said, we will be improving the way we work with our private property management firms now and in the future to ensure more accountability from our partners and better service for our residents. Our redesigned website is serving as a centralized data and impact hub, making more critical information publicly accessible about operational oversight, development updates, strategic planning, and more. And we are strengthening the collaboration between CHA and the City of Chicago's Department of Housing, with CHA playing a critical role in the development of the city's next 5-year housing plan. While we work to advance these transformational projects, we're also continuing to make progress on the core work that Team CHA does every single day. In addition to the ribbon cutting for Edith Spurlock Sampson and the Sheffield residences, we participated in 2 other major openings in February. One was at Encuentro Square and the Canvas at Leland Plaza. And there is much more on the horizon. I could not be more excited about the upcoming opening of the National Public Housing Museum and Apartments in April, and another groundbreaking celebration at Legend South's that's scheduled to happen later this spring. Our Housing Choice Voucher team has been hard at work with our partners at All Chicago to fully lease up stability vouchers, which are earmarked for individuals experiencing homelessness. We've received 95 referrals to date from All Chicago, and 22 people have been admitted to the program so far. There's a lot happening on our resident services front. We will continue to support residents on their journey towards financial independence, digital inclusion, and career success. Since our last board meeting, we've wrapped up the Jobs Plus program at Dearborn Homes, marking 4 years of impact, resident success, and strong community partnerships. Nearly 550 CHA residents participated, saving more than $1.5 million in rent, a significant step towards financial stability. Our Level Up team, in partnership with Chase Bank and Women Employed, hosted a financial wellness workshop helping residents build their credit and strengthen their financial future. And in January, the Illinois Broadband Lab hosted a training for CHA Digital Inclusion Associates, equipping them to support residents across 9 CHA properties. All of these efforts help support our residents towards greater self-sufficiency. On our grants front, we're excited to share that CHA successfully utilized funding from the Partnership for a Healthier America to provide 250 Level Up families with $80 per month to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables through Instacart. Additionally, AARP has extended its Digital Skills Ready at 50 Plus grant through June 2025. This is allowing us to continue helping older adults build confidence in using technology. And I know so often Commissioner Harris says she learned everything she needed to know by the time she was 5. But I will add to that this is a testament that, in fact, it's never too late to learn something new, no matter what age you are. This summer, which is just around the corner, we all hope, we're gearing up for another busy season. Applications are now open for our summer youth employment opportunities, part of the citywide One Summer Chicago effort. And we're also accepting applications for the summer food program, which provides paid training and certification for CHA residents to work as nutrition aides. Finally, looking ahead, in just a few weeks, on April 3rd, our Workforce Opportunity Resource Center will host the Spring 2025 hiring event at the FIC. Job seekers should come prepared with a resume and professional attire. We're here to help them secure employment. And on April 15th, CHA Digital Inclusion will hold a device distribution and resource fair at Horner near Westside, providing residents with refurbished laptops and access to essential resources. I did want to say that last week I was blessed to take part in Pitch Day, which was facilitated by our partners at Future Founders. And that allowed me to be a part of a jury that witnessed 15 young entrepreneurs, ages 18 to 24, pitch business ideas for investment opportunities. While excited and truly full of incredibly innovative ideas, I was so proud of these young business pioneers who also happen to be CHA residents. And at CHA, our mission is not just about housing. It's about people. It's about ensuring that families have a place to build their future, that seniors have a place to thrive, and that communities have a foundation to grow stronger together. I also want to take a minute to say thank you and express our gratitude for 2 CHA staffers who have both helped CHA to serve our families in their over 10 years of service. I would love if this group could please join me in congratulating both Carrie Steinbuck, who is our deputy, who was, as of last Friday, our deputy chief, if you could stand up, Carrie, of HCV. We're going to we wish you well. We definitely are going to miss you. And then not here, I do also want to give accolades to Ketsia Colonnay, who was Deputy Chief of Housing, Policy, and Occupancy. Carrie, we say a special well wishes because we know that you will do even more amazing things in retirement than you've done for us. So thank you for that. Before I conclude, I want to take a moment to discuss what's happening at the national level. I'm sure you're all very interested in that. And as most of you know, that CHA receives over 95% of our funding from the federal government. Congress recently passed a continuing resolution that provides federal funding stability through the end of September. That is positive news, and it's a measure that maintains funding for public housing programs at the fiscal year 2024 levels, while also increasing funding for housing choice vouchers and project-based rental assistance. This signals bipartisan support for these 2 programs. While this resolution answers the immediate funding questions, there is significant uncertainty about our future, around the future. This includes federal staffing and funding levels and practical impacts of proposed policy changes on our work and for our residents. The reality is that public housing authorities, including CHA, already do not receive enough resources to meet the demand for affordable housing, even as that need grows. Our top priority remains stability for the 65,000 low-income families who currently receive CHA housing assistance. We're actively engaging in Washington, D.C. to advocate for resources and support we need to meet our mission. Earlier this month, our Intergovernmental Affairs team, along with almost half of our Board of Commissioners, visited Capitol Hill in Washington to meet with representatives from 5 members of the Illinois congressional delegation, including Senator Durbin. While they were there, they heard strong support for CHA and our work, particularly when it comes to advancing outcomes for our residents by investing in individual self-sufficiency and aiding economic independence for low-income families and workers. To our Board of Commissioners, CHA residents and staff, and all of our stakeholders, I want to assure you that CHA remains steadfast in our commitment to protect and uplift the communities we serve. We will continue to advocate tirelessly to ensure that CHA subsidized housing remains a source of stability, opportunity, and progress for the thousands of families we serve across Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Herlock. And I'd also like to ask Commissioner Cobb to reflect on her experience in Washington earlier this month.
Good morning. My name is LaShawn Cobb, and it is an honor to say that I am one of the newest commissioners on the Chicago Housing Authority's Board of Commissioners. But before that, I was a CHA resident trying to make ends meet. My situation will sound familiar to many of you, single mom juggling a host of jobs while pursuing goals and living on a voucher. Despite rumors on the contrary, public housing residents don't always choose to be in tough situations. Often, it's the hand we're dealt and we deal with it. For those of you who don't know, living living in a state of uncertainty is not a comfortable way to live. Just get a job. People might say, we hear that even though for some of us it sounds like take a train to Mars. It's a tough road to navigate, but we are going to attempt to navigate it. We need a roadmap that leads to preparation, training, and education. We need resources to build our experiences, our confidence, and our resumes so that we can compete in the job market and better our lives. For me, the lifeline for those resources was the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, now known as Level Up. Level Up helps residents save money, build income, obtain jobs, and ultimately eliminate the need for public assistance. Over the course of a few years, Level Up provided me with the counsel, skills, and encouragement I needed to accomplish my goals. Today, I have a bachelor's degree in business fashion and a minor in journalism. I also have a master's degree in business analytics and working on my second master's degree in early childhood education. I also accomplished my dreams. Thank you. I also accomplished my dreams of becoming a homeowner, which I did through the CHA's Choose to Own program. Thank you. Which allows residents to use a CHA subsidy for a mortgage. My son, my dog, and I moved into our Woodlawn home 5 years ago. The story of my housing victory was on the front page of the Chicago Tribune on Christmas Day 2020. I have been blessed. As you can clearly see, I would not be where I am today without the resources provided to by CHA. They are resources that are not only needed, they are vital. As we speak right now, those resources are in jeopardy. As you all know, funding cuts to programs are happening to federal agencies all over the nation. One day they could affect not only programs like Level Up and Choose to Own, but the very housing choice voucher program that allowed me to survive. So a few days ago, I traveled to Washington, D.C. to learn from like-minded leaders and help my CHA colleagues firmly express just how necessary these programs are for some 135,000 CHA residents. It was a profound experience. It's one thing sitting in a boardroom, it's another to be in the thick of it. It was an eye-opening to hear firsthand the gravity of the situation and gain a better understanding of how it all works. I met with new commissioners like myself. I attended seminars, went to Capitol Hill, and visited congressional leadership. I listened and I learned. But I also was there to give a real person account of what it is to be the recipient of a CHA subsidiary whose life has gone from uncertain to certain as a result of programs like HCV, Level Up, and the CTO. I wanted to make sure that they understood the impending disaster of potentially removing these resources and the lives that will be affected and possibly ruined if these cuts come to fruition. I also wanted people to know that public housing and HCV residents aren't what people think. We've worked hard to get to where we are. Certainly, no one handed me the commissioner's job or my 3 almost 4 degrees. I worked hard for those. Now I have a commitment to work hard for everybody else. Over the next few months and years, resources for public housing and HCV participants may be in serious danger. As a new commissioner who has experienced the struggle firsthand and realized my dream as a result of federal aid, I feel like it is my duty to speak up, and I will do so to ensure others have the same benefits and opportunities that I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cobb, and thank you for sharing your story and sharing some insight on the challenges in Washington. While there's still many more questions than answers, we'll continue to provide updates on the situation at future board meetings. So now we'll move into today's public testimony for general matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, we look forward to hearing your concerns and input. Depending on the questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to our CEO, Herlock, who can provide an immediate response, or we may direct you to staff who's in the room or who may not be in the room to make sure your concern is promptly addressed. Rest assured, your concerns will be addressed before the next scheduled meeting. As set forth in our public participation rules, courteous, respectful, and civil behavior is expected from all speakers and all people attending board and committee meetings. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. Individuals who are disruptive will be given a warning and, if necessary, will be removed from the meeting. If any individual is removed from a meeting as a result of disruptive behavior, the individual may forfeit his or her right of reentry to future board and committee meetings. Disruptive behavior includes, but is not limited to, personal attacks, abusive, threatening, foul language, and refusal to abide by the time limitations set forth in the public participation rules. If the board is unable to conduct business due to serious and/or continued disruption from the public, I will recess or adjourn the meeting to allow removal of individuals for egregious breach of order. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will enforce the 2-minute time limit. And I know we spoke a little bit about this at the last meeting. We are serious about enforcing the 2-minute time limit. We have over 20 speakers here today, and out of respect for everyone who's in the room, as well as the commissioners, it's important that we respect that timeline. Everyone knows right now you have 2 minutes, and we will point you in the right direction to make sure your concern gets attention if that's the case. The sign-up procedures are clear. If your name is not on the list, then we do not have room for you to speak today, but you can still reach out to any of us outside of the meeting to get your concern addressed. Speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to another person. When called upon, please come to the podium. All comments must be addressed to me and not to individual members of the board or staff. The following is the order in which speakers will be called: Otis Thomas, Debbie Tatum, Mary Baggett, Andrea Puller, Bernadette Williams, Robert Scott, Candace Walton, Moden Jordan, Robert Merritt, Calvin Jackson, Rosetta Randall, Jenny Newsom, Lindsay Graves, David Huber, Angela Parker, Paul McKinley, Tamiko Holt, Carla Jackson. Responses to comments presented during public participation will be posted on CHA's website. If you have any written materials for the board, please give the materials to the board secretary. After the board meeting, the secretary will distribute copies to the full board. As a reminder, during this session, we'll entertain general comments from the public on any matter except voting items listed on the committee and board agenda, because there's a separate procedure for that. So with that said, I'm going to ask the first three speakers to come up. It looks like we have the first one already. Otis Thomas, Debbie Tatum, and Mary Baggett. And then after that, we'll hear from those three and then call the next three to come up. All right, that's a lot of housekeeping. So thank you for being patient. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello?
I think it's
Okay,
on.
you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here this morning because 2024, the Latham Homes residents, we were going through a lot of issues, or still is going through a lot of issues with related. And the people that were below you, the board in 2024, they never came out to have a meeting with the residents about our issues. So right now, I'm here today to talk about the Gutra lawsuit that was she sued the Chicago Housing Authority in HUD. According to this, she was saying that CHA was wrong for not putting low-income housing developments in like middle-class areas. And Latham Homes and Caprini Green, we're like in those areas. So when they wanted to switch it over, we was against market rate mixed income. Then we said, okay, give us certain, do us like Caprini Green, give us certain buildings that we could still be on the public housing and protect it on the public housing. Then this lease company related, because we knew we were going to have issues with them. So I just want to know, by any chance that somebody can come out to Latham Homes and meet with the residents. I don't care if it's like 3 residents out there that come to the meeting. We need to hold a meeting with these people, with you all, because 2024, the people below you, they let us down real bad.
30 seconds remaining.
So hopefully 2025, you all, the new people I'm working with now, so far they doing good. Right now is we just need people to come out there that work on the board and beneath you to come out there and have meetings with us. Plus, our LAC president has never called a meeting since 2019. She needs to sit down. We need a new leader. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Herlock.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We'll make sure that we arrange for that meeting to happen.
Okay, then. What can I do about the so-called LAC president that hasn't done nothing that hasn't called a meeting with the residents since 2018? What can I do about?
We'll
What can we
start
do
with
about
having
that?
a meeting with the residents first.
Huh?
We'll start with having a meeting first with the residents.
Okay, that paperwork you want to send out. I don't know how you're going to do it, but is you trust related to pass those out? We're not going to get those paperworks. Just like the jobs, we didn't even know about the jobs meeting that they had over there. You know, a lot of us didn't know about it. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Tatum. And then Mary Baggett, if she's here, is next.
Good morning to the Chicago Board of Commissioners.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Good morning.
And each one of these conditions that I have lived in, first of all, I want to thank the Chicago Board of Education for all the things, the wonderful things they do for people like me. I appreciate you for all the programs and everything also. Thank you. And each one of these conditions that I have lived in, I have been denied a transfer with doctor statements, videos, and pictures. I've had no clean water for 6 months, brown and smelly. I had no heat for the majority of this past winter. Had to stay in hotels and friends' house. Have no hot water off and on for months. I have put in work orders. I have done everything I possibly have. I have declining health conditions in here. I have just been recently told that the HVAC system in the building will not be fixed because it's a 250 unit. It's a lot of stuff that comes out of that unit. I have asthma, and I'm just looking for anyone to help me. My email address is eibbed449@gmail.com. Thank you, Board of Commissioners, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay.
And I believe you had a written document for the board secretary, correct? Because we spoke a little bit earlier. Okay, wonderful. We will
Sorry,
be
ma'am.
reaching out to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tatum.
Mary. Oh, there we go. Morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing? Can my Abla residents stand up for me, please? So today I brought out my Abla residents due to the fact we continuously keep having issues with this project that's going on throughout our development. It was agreed upon that we move when the fire move. Our project hasn't moved yet. We're still sitting still with walls open, people still sitting in their homes with boxes filled up to the top. Your team keeps sabotaging this project, stopping this project, not moving on it, when this project should be moving according to the assigned agreement by the City of Chicago, CHA, and ourselves, and the Chicago Fire. It seems to me that CHA team wants to do what they wants to do and not do what's right by the community. The community is suffering under the hands of your team. I'm asking that this project move, because if not, we will have to take it to court because it's an agreement. It's a signed agreement. They keep continuously stopping my meetings like they run my show, and they don't. I don't run y'all show. When y'all have y'all meetings, I can't call in here and say, stop CHA commissioner board meetings. Y'all shouldn't be able to stop my meetings. For one, your team is not organized. They don't communicate with each other. You got your chief of
30
staff
seconds
making his
remaining.
own meetings. You got your project managers doing their own meetings. Nobody's relaying messages to Family Works. No one. These residents are consistently getting these notices. You're going to be moved around, this, that, and the third. I mean, it's just not making any sense that our project isn't moving and our units are not getting done. This was a signed, agreed deal, and we have it in writing. So CHA needs to get on top of their business.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Baggett, and I thank you for you and your residents that are showing up today. We did meet last week. We're continuing to meet to get the project back on track.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today, though.
Our next three speakers are Andrea Puller, Bernadette Williams, and Robert Scott. In that order. Andrea Puller. All right. Bernadette, followed by Robert Scott and Candace Walton is next.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to start off by I was here to talk about the vending machine, but Crystal heard me complain about the issue that I was having, and she got with the team, and it got rectified. It was just a miscommunication on some paperwork. So thank you, Crystal, and Lucas, Joel, and Roslyn. Next, I want to thank Mr. Beebley for coming out, talking with me to get some actions and concerns corrected. But I also want to say it's not where you live, it's how you live. CHA need to give responsibility back to the residents. I've been saying this for the last 10 years. It's still in the ACOP. Why are not the residents responsible for cleaning of their front and back units? You need to bring that back. That'll make them get up off their butts and do something. On April the 12th, Commissioner Mikowski, she came to visit us. We will be doing a recycling day for Oatgale, and we will have different. She's bringing different resources out there to talk with the residents to help with some things that the city is offering. So you all will receive a flyer to let you all know when this day is coming. And she's also looking for a clean green day to have event out there. So thank you, Mikowski, if you watching us. Thank y'all. That's it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Scott. Not here.
I don't see him.
All right. Candace Walton. then Moden Jordan and Robert Merritt.
So y'all say nobody can't speak for their residents. Candace Walton is a resident of Abla with issues and concerns. So are we allowed to address those issues and concerns?
Is Candace here?
Candace is not here, but someone is here for her.
The procedures are clear. Only people who've signed up to speak and talk.
That's not fair. It isn't. When we got issues,
Everyone's
we got
had
issues.
a chance to sign up, and Candace signed up, and she, for whatever reason, is not here. And you've also had a chance to speak.
Right, but we all got some more issues and concerns that needs to be addressed that I'm quite sure the board don't hear.
So I'm going to ask you to sit because
Okay,
we've already
that's
spoken.
fine. I respect that.
But we would love to hear the concerns. Like, I'm not shutting down the concerns. I'm just getting back to the procedure.
Okay,
But let's have that conversation, please.
all right.
Thank you. It sounds like Robert Scott is not here. Candace Walton.
That's who. That was.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Moden Jordan. There we go.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm an Alba resident, as stated before. My issues is with the fact that the project of the rehabilitation in our development, I'm going to reiterate it, it's at a standstill, okay? And with that being said, we have people working on the project that, usually be doing other things within the development. And it's normally peaceful. It's peaceful now. But if they find other things to get into, then we're going to find ourselves with a lot of, trauma on the development and everything because they're, occupied when the project is going. And if they're not occupied and everything, then they'll go into getting into negative engagements and stuff like that. And that's when the crime rate will go up for the mayor. Another thing, my daughter, she contracted Legionnaire disease, which is from the water. I have the contractors now at my house. I tried to call the city for to come out. They cannot do anything on CHA property, so they told me to get in touch with the management. The management was trying to, I guess, to deter me from being here today to speaking upon it. She caught the Legionnaire disease from either the water system. I've been speaking about this for years. No one has came up until now, okay? This is horrible. This is horrible. She caught the Legionnaire. She has her doctor's papers and
30
everything.
seconds remaining.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna move forward if it's a finding, and it's not gonna be nice. Truly and honestly, you hear it all the time from different residents, from different developments, saying something about the water is affecting their health. She has health issues and everything. So with that being said, they need to really figure out what's going on. She done been from 1242 West 13th Street to 1300 South Troop, living and residing.
Time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. I'm going to ask Leonard. I think is Leonard back?
He is
Yeah, the gentleman standing in the back to speak with you. Next up, we have Robert Merritt, followed by Calvin Jackson, Rosetta Randall, Jenny Newsom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mary and Marty pretty much spoke on everything. Well, not everything, but a lot of the issues of Abla. I mean, I am an Abla resident. However, just to touch bases on a few other things, because I live in Abla, some of the work orders are not being executed properly. Like we got, like, because of the rehabbing, the rehabbing that has went forward so thus far, a lot of mice and rats are starting to come into the units. The water pressure is extremely low. The piping and the crawl spaces, like everything is kind of like it's bad. And we need to move the project forward. Like Mary stated, the project's supposed to have went forward along with the Chicago Fire project, and to continuously have that to be stopped, it makes no sense. We have residents now that are from the neighborhood that's working with this project. that right now the crime is extremely low, and it gives them something to do. So we want to keep that momentum up with them working as well as getting everything else done in the area. So that's pretty much the concern of ABLA, is moving this project forward.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. As I mentioned before, I know that we did meet with you, a team of you, last week. So we're still working on trying to get the project back moving. I am also concerned, though, with the other things that you shared about the property management issues. And I know Leonard stepped out. Is Shelley back there? Can you meet with Shelley right now,
Absolutely.
please? Thank you. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you. Next up is Calvin Jackson. Okay. No Calvin. Rosetta Randall.
First of all, hello everyone. My name is Rosetta Randalls. I'm also a minister. My job is, when I took this job as president, I told them I would give it my all. I'm a resident myself. But we also got to have management to help us. East Lake is one of the worst management you can have. They don't care. I can only speak for 4250 Princeton, Minnie Ripple. I don't know about no one else. That's why I operate at. And I told them it's nothing new that they don't know that I'm talking about, because I let them know. I don't do nothing behind nobody's back. And another thing, we got more babies in the senior building than they do in a family housing. And another thing we get, you can report that things is happening and nobody does anything about them. We got Paige walk up and down the hallway whenever they show up. My back door was open for 3 days. Security called me down and said, how these people's getting in here? I said, look at your camera through the back door. It's open. If you walk down them stairs, you should have seen that door open. I shouldn't have to get up out of my bed to come and shut that door. You understand? They're getting paid to do that. And they should do their job. And another thing, security, we got a list there. I make sure management have the list on the desk for everybody on the bar list.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay, let me get to the point. But anyway, this Saturday night we had an incident. A girl used to live there. Her name was Brandy. She got put out. She came and knocked on her ex-boyfriend's door. He let her in. Well, anyway, in result of that, 2 minutes later, another man came, put a gun to his head. That shouldn't be unacceptable. We are residents, and we shouldn't have to live up under fear. You understand? We pay rent there, and we shouldn't have to put our garbage on hold. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you for sharing.
I'm sorry, I know that now Leonard and Shelley are out. I'm going to ask Teresa, who I see back in the back, just popped up. Thank you. If you could speak with Reverend Randall, please. She'll come up to you, if you can meet her in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Jenny here. And followed by Jenny, we have Lindsay Graves, David Huber, and Angela Parker. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners.
Good morning.
I would like to address a few things, and especially about what happened to the $6.5 million grant that was allocated to Vivian Carter at 6401 South Yale. It is still a lot of needed work. Landscape look like the badlands of I don't know what. There's more weeds and dirt around that building. The plumbing needs replacement. Got lead pipes. Broken front door to the lobby. It needs a windbreaker or something because it's a lot of air that comes around there. Third, the apron in the parking lot. According to city code, your apron is supposed to be at least 7 to 8 inches thick with concrete. If you could see this hole there, someone's going to tear up their car, namely me. Screens need to be replaced at this property. And also the paint upgrade. That lobby looks like Ringling Brothers Circus tent. It hasn't been painted to anything that would make any kind of sense since WCDC was there. And we know how long ago that was. And most importantly, all of us seniors, we would like to live somewhere where we can feel
30
proud.
seconds remaining.
The thing of it is that when you, in these 57 senior buildings, you cannot look out your windows like you guys do and see anything clearly because our windows have not been washed in over 4-5 years.
Thank you, Ms. Newsom. Next, we have Lindsay Graves, David Huber, and Angela Parker. Are any of them here? Lindsay Graves, David Huber, Angela Parker? Oh, okay. Yep. I think you can go ahead. And then Angela Parker, if she's here.
I just wanted to ask the CEO. She just talked about the
So
can't see out the windows.
I'm next.
Could you?
Give us 1 second.
Could we address the last comment, like, or how do we address that? Because she wasn't sent to talk to nobody about the comment she made about, like, say, can't even see out a window. Them seniors, they shouldn't be in the dark like that. So, could somebody from this board or agency address a comment on the window cleaning? Because I thought we was moving forward towards the cleaning those windows. So I think people should know that for the record. Is that
Absolutely.
okay?
No, that's absolutely fine. So that, as the commissioner said, but I'll be personally talking with Ms. Newsom, but also Mr. Huber also has a comment about the windows. So I want to look at it more comprehensively with the property management team about all of the buildings and the preventative care.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
All right. Thank you for waiting.
Okay, starting 2 minutes right now.
You got it up here, too.
I'm sorry?
It'll be up there as well.
Got it. My name is David Huber. I've lived in senior housing since summer of 2021, for which I'm grateful, getting back to my old neighborhood. But I have 3 concerns. One, new washers and dryers were deployed. Love them. I actually recommended this Speed Queen commercial grade. Took my advice. Great. The problem is I can't add funds to my card. Okay? That still has not been deployed. I've had to beg and borrow for months now because I run out of money. Somebody from central planning, government bureaucracy, decided how many loads I was going to get every month. That's ridiculous. None of you have to worry about how many loads you can do per month. Every apartment I've lived in, I've been able to add money like this, cash. Please fix this. Lee's been very helpful. And Eastlake Management has been very accommodating in trying to work around, but I shouldn't have to beg and borrow when I run out of funds. So please fix this, and I'll work with your staff to do that. Secondly, the building across the street at Division LaSalle gets AT&T fiber broadband. Why can't we get AT&T fiber broadband into our building? Why don't we use the purchasing power and the residential demographics where it makes sense to bring in high-speed broadband fiber optics? We're 0.6 of a mile away from the central office at AT&T at Erie and Dearborn. I'm a network engineer. I've done strategic CapEx projects for NASA,
30
Time
seconds
Warner,
remaining.
Department of Homeland Security, so I can work with your staff in getting AT&T fiber optic broadband into Zelda Orms at Division LaSalle. And thirdly, the windows. I just got an update. There's a proposal to fix the roof so we can get scaffolding going so we can start washing the windows, which, as far as I know, have not been washed since I moved in 2021. So those are my 3 concerns, and I'll wait around if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards about this. Oh, by the way, I've been to Congress. I've testified before Congress. So I can also help with
Thank
lobbying.
you.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Madam CEO, I'd just like to say that a few of the commissioners and our board secretary went out to your buildings, and we are in agreement with what we saw. What you're sharing today, we also saw what you're sharing with us today. And so I'm just asking that you try to see if we can just do something
I
very
can't hear
quickly
you.
to expedite the problems that you are
Okay, thank
presently
you.
facing.
Yeah, I'll stick around if anybody wants to talk to me about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Angela Parker. Right. Paul McKinley. Followed by Tamika Holt.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, friends, loved ones, and a friend of me. I have a complaint here that I'm making against the budget that y'all are passing. It's not moving the work friendly. Also, in 2000, CHA signed a moving the work plan. It never worked. But in 2015, it started working. And in 2019, when Lori got in office, with the help of President Biden, who put a head of the Department of Housing, who was allowed to gut the program that was helping the black community and everybody in general. Now that that president is gone, we have a new chairman, and we have a new president who is looking for corruption and looking to see people to jail that has been using the different agencies so that they can make money off of it and make their friends rich and all that type of stuff. So I'm asking that you do not pass this budget. And I'm filing a complaint, and I'm gonna give you the complaint why I'm asking you for not to pass. It's not Section 3 friendly. It does not change anything that has happened since 2019. As you know, the mayor has went up there and testified in Washington, and Lori Lightfoot was up there also because she's part of the corruption. She's a criminal to the state anyway. So all of them went up there because of the way that they use
30
CHA
seconds remaining.
and the way that they denied us jobs, contracts, and opportunities. Now, one last thing, and I'm through. The rumor is that the reason why you're not fixing the buildings that these people is talking about is because you're going to sell these properties off. Igel Gardens, Golden Gates, everybody. You want to hand that over to friends before this man, because he's supposed to come to Chicago. Scott Turner supposed to come to Chicago. Period.
Time is up.
And so I would like to give you my complaint. So I would like to enter it as evidence that I did give you the complaint that you do not file. Now, the last thing is,
Thank you.
aren't you having a meeting in Igel Gardens on the 28th?
So we'll take a look at the complaint, and we
Okay,
appreciate
but
your
are you
comments.
having a meeting about about the budget on the 28th?
I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, we passed the budget, but I don't know if there's any other meetings or something.
It's on that paper that y'all gave me.
Okay.
We'll take a look. You
You
can,
can give it to
me.
the board secretary. Thank you, Mr. McKinley.
Thank you. And Tamika Holt, did I see?
She was here. Oh, she's
Oh, yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay.
And then followed by Carla Jackson.
Good morning, commissioners and staff.
Morning.
My name is Tamika Holt. I was born in Chicago Housing Authority. The birth certificate that I have has a Robert Taylor address on it. I saw my first dead body at the age of 14 in Cabrini Green. So I've been a CHA resident all of my life up until 2020. We started our businesses and we got going. Your statement, progress moves with trust. How can we believe you when this agency brought back the same person that was instrumental and made it a mission of his to destroy our businesses before he left? You did that. How do we trust you? You bought our abuser back. You bought the man back that killed our dreams and our businesses. That right there, that speaks volumes about this agencies and your actions. A lot of you've been here, so you have no excuse for not speaking up. I don't have to bring paperwork. There's plenty of emails, there's plenty of FOIA requests that you could just look back on. I can just pull them up in my emails. You do a lot of celebrating of anything that has to do with social service, but yet you do no celebrating and support with anything that has to do with us rolling up our sleeves and getting down and getting busy and pulling ourselves up. Where's the celebration for that? Where's the support of that? You don't do it.
30
Just like the
seconds remaining.
RFPs you have out for management. You plan on keeping those same property management companies because you made it so difficult for new companies, new blood to get in. especially the ones that had a heart for the people, that know what's going on and know how to fix it. It's not hard. It's not hard, but you have to want to do it. You met with developers, you met with property owners, but not once did you meet with low income Section 3 businesses to talk about how you're going to make
Time
us
is
right
up.
and make us whole again.
Thank you.
Ms. Holt, thank you for your comments. I do want to just make for a correction. I've had multiple meetings with Section 3 vendors and will continue to, because I do want to support that program and I do want to support those vendors. And then for our RFP for property management, we have really, really looked at that RFP and made it so that smaller groups can apply. And with what we're seeing is that a lot of smaller groups are coming in and applying because we do want community-based, community-friendly, community-serving property managers to apply. I do always respect your comments, but I do want to just clarify those two things.
Thank you. And our last registered speaker is Carla Jackson.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Morning.
Praise God. Praise God. I want to talk about the newsletter. And I believe who wrote the newsletter needs to revisit it because they are telling us that the only way we can get moving papers, that we have to be in good standards with the property manager or the owner of the building. I believe that is incorrect because if that's the case, they keep throwing us under the bus. We all need to be up under the bus because I'm quite sure y'all have a lot of residents to call about things that's not being done as far as residents concerned, all the complaints. But at the same time, we cannot even get moving papers unless we in good standards. That needs to be addressed. If that's the case, that goes two ways. They should have a good standard for us as well. Because if they constantly going up on our rent and we paying it on time, and then when it's time for something to get done in our apartment, we can't get nothing done. We got to keep calling. Then we got to call you all to get some results. So I think y'all need to revisit that and haul all these property managers in here and all these owners of the building and have a conversation with them and tell them they need to get stuff done on time too if they want their rent on time. Period. And also I want to thank all of a couple of staff that helped me, which is Robert,
30 seconds remaining.
Robert, Brian, Pat, and Miss Escarada. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if Cheryl Burns is here, but she can also, so you two can speak as well. Thank you. And I understand Calvin Jackson, who signed up earlier, is here now. So if you still have your comment, now's your moment.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Calvin Jackson. I'm a disabled American veteran. I have lost my voucher because I participated in a program that you offer to your HVC people and everything for starting a business. I missed my hearing date because it was changed so many times. And then for people to have a hearing date on Martin Luther King's birthday was ridiculous. That's why I missed it, because I was participating in honoring our king. That's what I'm going to say. Also, I have noticed with the other veterans that were part of this HVC program, this, what you have done, you have put them back homeless again. Now I'm homeless again because I participated in the program. Now I finally got the information from your lawyers, letting me know what I was charged with. Said there was drugs going on in and out of my building. Told my landlord in February I was in jail. And he also told that to the Veterans Administration people. So I followed through. I looked at what I have to do to fight this hearing decision, which is so-called final, without giving a person a chance. Okay? You got a lot of lawyers on that page. How many lawyers do you guys have? How many lawyers does CHA need? I mean, then I look at it, I have to file a petition with the circuit court saying that it has to be heard by the
30 seconds remaining.
well, this is what has to happen. Okay, I filed everything I had to file. I also filed a federal court within the federal court system, suing CHA, and tomorrow I'll be down there doing the same thing against HUD, and we will be asking that Mr. Scott comes to Chicago to meet with the Section 3 Business Association. You know, and if anyone wants to be part of this lawsuit that I filed to make this a class action, call me or email me at Calvin J. Jackson at hotmail.com, 773-668-7939.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you and all of our registered speakers for signing up to address the board. Responses for all the comments received today will be distributed at the next board meeting, also posted on our CHA website. And as you all saw, there are many people around who could help address concerns or continue conversations that we started during the comments. I'm now going to present a motion to recess the regular meeting of the board. May I have a second? All in favor say aye. Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the regular board meeting is recessed. We will return to our regular board meeting at the conclusion of the Real Estate and Tenant Services Committee meetings. Before we move into committee meetings, I would like to announce that the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, the Finance and Audit Committee is temporarily suspended. Items that would normally be presented for consideration to the Finance and Audit Committee will be presented to the full board for consideration and vote. As soon as I revert to my role as vice chairman, the Finance and Audit Committee will be reinstated, as I was chairing that as well. Now I'm going to hand over the gavel to my esteemed colleague, Commissioner James Matanke. Esteemed, I didn't write this part. Chairman of
I thank the esteemed acting chair.
Chairman of the Real Estate Committee, Real Estate Operations Development Committee.
Thank you. Are you going to hit?
Oh. You have one in your hand.
Good morning. As chairman of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I will be calling today's meeting to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez? Here. Commissioner Harris? Here. Commissioner Malone? Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Matanke?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect the Commissioners Brewer, the eminent Commissioner Brewer, Cobb, Gonzalez, Cruzy, and Washington are also in attendance, but not counted for the quorum. The first matter for approval is the meeting minutes of January 21, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of the January 21st Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. We have 5 items for consideration by this committee today. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then, bless you, be voted upon after public participation. The first 2 items on the agenda will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief HCV Officer. Item 1 reads as follows: authorization to extend the housing assistant payments contract with A, Nuestro Hogar Apartments, B, Wrightwood Senior Apartments, C, Englewood Permanent Supportive Housing, and D, 3714 Wrightwood Apartments. Is she here?
I'm right here.
Oh, hi. I was looking for you up there.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
I moved on you.
You did. Go ahead. Hi, Cheryl. What do you got?
Hi. Okay, we've got a recommendation to extend 4 PBV contracts containing 84 units. There are 15-year extensions for 2 properties containing 22 units, and that is for Wrightwood Senior Apartments for 17 units for seniors that will all come from the CHA waitlist, and 3714 Wrightwood Apartments for 5 family units from the CHA waitlist. We also are requesting approval for 25-year extensions for 2 properties that contain 62 units. That's Nuestro Hogar Apartments, 12 units, and Inglewood Permanent Supportive Housing for 50 units for homeless individuals. I'm joined by my new deputy, you all have met, Janae Hayes Mohammed, and we also have partners from Bickerdike and Mercy, Diamond Development, 3 Diamond Development, my apologies, and Sharp Rose LLC. Who would you like to talk to first?
Well, I want a general question answered
Okay.
for the commission
Sure.
before we meet our partners. Why are some of these renewed for 15 years and some of them for 25 years? Could you give the understanding behind which ones go where?
So typically, the request for the years of extension is proposed by the developer. So it is used to meet their financing needs. So they usually make the request. There's a 40-year maximum extension, but they make the request that best meets their needs. My apologies.
Thank you. Commissioners, you're clear?
I have a question, and that is, I wanted to know, are all PBV units occupied at this time?
I'm sorry, you said.
Are all project-based
Occupied.
vouchers occupied at this time in the portfolio we're discussing right now?
No, we have one that has 1 unit. I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
Can you hear?
Thank you. I have one that has a unit that's in screening, but the rest are 100% occupied. So 1 turnover.
Oh, you have one, what did you say?
One that's being turned over currently, and the rest are 100% occupied.
Being
okay.
renovated?
All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. How about we meet with our development partners?
Okay, so we have Michael Burton and Mary Pat. Mary Pat, I'm not going to try your last name. From Bickerdike and Mercy. Are they? Do you want to come?
All right. Yeah.
And also present from Bickerdike is Joy Arugete.
Mary Pat, is it Parajivitz? Okay.
Paraskevich.
Paraskevich. Thank you.
Mr.
All right. Good
Chairman.
morning.
Good morning, commissioners and interim
Chairman.
CEO Herlock.
Can we-
I'm Michael Burton, Vice President of Asset Management with Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation, and we're real excited to extend our contract at Nuestro Hogar Apartments for an additional 25 years. We've had a partnership with 15 years at the project, and it's been fantastic. Their buildings, one building is close to the western end of the 606 Bloomingdale Trail, and it's just a great neighborhood, and we're excited to serve CHA residents into the future at this project.
Thank you. Joy? Come on up.
Yeah, I'll just, good morning. I'll just add that our partnership with the CHA has been a really vital component in ensuring the sustainability of this project. This project was originally developed and limped along, and the original, then called PRA, now PVV, units really put this development on a more financially sustainable road. Renewing this contract would continue the health of this project, and most importantly, as a quality affordable housing for residents in our city.
Thank you, Joy. Last but not least.
Not least. My name is Mary Pat Paraskevich. I'm with Mercy Housing. I'm representing the property management arm of Mercy Housing. We have requested extension for 25 years. We enjoy the financial feasibility that comes along with working side by side with the CHA, and we hope to keep the community involved as we move forward.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Washington.
The Mercy and Bickerdike, welcome aboard. I think I wish that you all was consistent across the board. Depends on what side of town you're getting vouchers for. You know, the north side, the south side, the southwest side, you don't keep your properties up the same. It depends what neighborhood you're located in. If y'all can do an equal job across the board, south side, y'all housing is very poor.
Is this
Neighborhoods
addressed
is
to
very
each of
poor.
our three?
Not
code
about
hol-
what I know. I visit them.
100% of Bickerdike's properties are on the north side of Chicago.
I know. The few that's on the south side, very poor maintenance.
Okay.
But not
So let's
Bickerdike.
make it
Not
Mercy.
Bickerdike.
I know Bickerdike gets Mercy's on the south side.
Okay, Mary Pat.
Bickerdike don't even hire residents.
The comment is for Mary Pat.
Thank you. I think that was a compliment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bickerdike need to do a better job of hiring residents when they're doing some building.
Hey,
Mercy has properties up on the north side and all the way down to 107th, and all in between.
Well, excuse me, Mercy, poor housekeeping on the south side, Bickerdike, north side, northwest, y'all never hire any residents. Y'all got to do a better job. You're going to stay in the game.
Hiring residents?
hiring
Yeah.
residents and
Yes,
housekeeping
hiring
throughout the
residents.
portfolio.
You're right. We do not hire our residents in the portfolio that they actually live in. So they could apply for housing at another property.
There are residents that apply. And that's why I'm asking, because there are residents that's applying to work at y'all properties.
Yeah, similar to, I'm not part of HR, but a little confidentiality that goes along with that. So we don't mind hiring a resident for an alternative property
know
as
that.
part of Mercy's portfolio, but we won't hire them for the property that they live in.
So noted, we know.
That makes sense.
But they don't hire them at all.
At all.
Well,
Sure, the chair will look
but
into that.
I've looked into it.
Okay.
So I was just one of those only two property managers.
Yes,
for
Commissioner
this-
Parker.
for this-
Sorry.
Yeah, you said yes?
Please.
No, I'm sorry. I was wondering, was these the only two property managers for these 4 sites?
So we also have, I apologize, Trent Anderson, a partner at Sharp Rose LLC. I didn't invite up.
All right, so we want to,
Morning, Mr. Anderson. I don't believe we've met you before.
Good morning. How you doing? Trent Anderson with 3714 Wrightwood Apartments. Just quick overview. 12 years ago, I purchased a building in Logan Square that through the Community Initiatives Investment. I had a 10-year regulatory agreement there to keep it affordable housing. I partnered with CHA at the PRA program at the time, now the PBV program, to ensure compliance with that regulatory agreement. Since then, my regulatory agreement is over. My CHA contract is expired, but that said, I'm excited to keep partnering with CHA. They've been a really good partner, and looking forward to the next 15 years.
So in terms of your financing, are you able to get a 15-year mortgage, or is it a 10-year mortgage that you?
It's an existing project. I already have
25.
I already have financing on the project. I mean, the business decision was just, we were at 10. We wanted to extend a little bit longer to 15. 40 seemed like a lot. We just kind of came to 15 as like, let's just see what the world looks like in 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
so how's the world looking?
He didn't hear you.
Excuse me, Mr. Wrightwood, could you stay at the mic? And so you
Mr.
said
Anderson.
you a sole owner at this property, or you got partners, it's just you?
There's a LLC that owns it, and there's 2 members of the LLC, myself and another partner.
So how's everything going? This is over at 79th Street?
No, this.
No, this is 3714 West Wrightwood in Logan Square.
Oh, in Logan Square.
There's five units.
Commissioners, any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you all. Okay. Moving on to item number 2, authorization to execute a housing assistance payment contract with Leland Apartments and 5853 North Broadway Apartments.
Thank you, Chair Matanky, the Honorable. This recommendation is for 89 project-based vouchers to 2 different developments. The commitment of these PBVs will expire on December 31st, 2026, should a project not be able to obtain funding.
First, we have Leland Apartments with 66 total units. This is 44 PBV units with a preference for homeless persons, and this includes 14 vouchers. 10 of these units will be cross-matched with the Illinois State Referral Housing Network. There are 22 VASH PBV units for homeless veterans that will be referred by the VA, and that includes 20 existing vouchers. Additionally, 5853 North Broadway Apartments. There are 23 family units that will come from the CHA wait list. And again, Janae and I are here for questions, and we also have partner developers for questions.
Okay. So we've got Joy again. And is this Mark?
So we've got, yes.
Hi, Mark. Okay. Mark Angelini and Felix Matlock is here. Hi, Felix. And Joy and Omari Bektemba. Got it.
I'd like to just stop for a second and issue a warning. While our speakers are presenting, there's no space for people to be yelling out comments, interrupting, disrespecting. We're not going to tolerate that. And so I just wanted to stop. Now we can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Who wants to go first? Good morning.
Hi, Mark Angelini. I'm president of Mercy Housing Lakefront. We're very excited to be getting to the hopefully final stages of closing on refinancing of the Leland Apartments, which you may know has been in foreclosure. We have been working diligently with the city and state, both IDA and Department of Housing, the mayor's office, and CHA since July of last year to come up with a comprehensive plan, essentially to put a major amount of capital into a building that needs a gut rehab. We will be standardizing all the units. All the units will have a completely independent living condition in terms of having a bath, a separate bath and kitchenette. And we will be upgrading all the mechanical systems, thankfully introducing air conditioning into the property, as well as working with a on-site service company, Trilogy, that will be leasing 2 floors for individuals that have a higher need for on-site supports. And we will also be looking to increase the presence of the VA with the added VASH vouchers. We've had very positive conversations with Jesse Brown VA in terms of expanding resident service activities on the property. My colleague Felix Matlock, our VP of Resident Services, is overseeing all that. So obviously the vouchers, part of this is making sure that we get the building not only physically modernized, but also update the operating structure that we can work the building into the future indefinitely on an economically sustainable way and avoid and learn from the lessons of what affected that building and caused it to fall into foreclosure. So we appreciate very much the partnership with the CHA and have enjoyed working with your staff. We are sorry to see Carrie leave, but it's been a very positive and trusting and forward-moving relationship, and we're excited now to be in a position to finalize all the approvals from IDA, DOH, and from CHA so that we can assume ownership of the property in July. Any resident who's currently living at the property at that time will be relocated under the Uniform Relocation Act and then offered the opportunity to move back into the property when it's completed its gut rehab.
2 questions, please. Where do you relocate them?
We've, over the past 5 years, have systematically gone through 3 other properties that we own in Uptown. And in each case, we've been able to relocate pretty much all the residents in the community where they were living, and that's going to be our starting point. Anybody who either chose not to live in the community or wanted to remain in a Mercy property, we were able to relocate them to another Mercy property during the course of the renovation. So this will be our 4th in 5 years, and we're very confident that we'll keep them in the community.
And we're providing assistance for 66 out of 107 units?
Yes.
Where does the other assistance come, or it's straight?
Well, so now there's 2 floors that will be operated by Trilogy under a master lease, and their assistance comes from the COC. continue with care.
Commissioners?
Yeah, so yeah, I'm a little confused about the existing residents in the building. So who performed the move? Is that the management company or the CHA?
The management company.
So do we keep track of these residents' moves? Is okay? Is they could they afford the move? Is that of any cost?
No,
to
we,
the-
we assume the cost of relocation and rent during the period of time that they're out. So we'll be working with the property management company, and I believe it's June Webb is our consultant that handles negotiations to find the third-party leases that we can move people to. And we will communicate well ahead of any move out with existing residents as to what's going to happen. We do plan, as we do in all of our properties, we will seek the input of existing residents as we finalize design plans for the property so that they have a chance to weigh in on the color scheme, what the lighting is going to look like, so that they have a sense of buy-in into the rehab work. But we will be responsible, and that's paid for out of our development budget.
So how many residents still remain in building? How many residents remain?
It'll depend on where we get. The building has lost residents. We don't own it right now. And so there are vacancies. Felix, do you know the number of residents
CHA?
currently there?
Anybody don't know who there? I mean, I'm saying we giving them the project-based voucher, so we should know how many residents
Well,
there.
we don't.
And we paying
This
for
is
the
a
We
voucher?
haven't
new
given, this
contract.
is a new project,
This
and we're
is a
part of
new-
the initial funding.
Okay, you said it's a new project, but it's an existing building.
It's
They
an
had vouchers
existing
there.
building that went through foreclosure, it's going through
I
foreclosure.
understand it. That's not what I'm asking. It's going through foreclosure. So is it vacant?
No, it's not fully vacant.
Right. Okay. So we had residents there. So where or project-based vouchers there that I thought we were
I
paying
think there's
for.
some units that are in abatement.
I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm asking
Yes.
CHA.
Thank you. And to get to the exact number, if I could follow up with you on that, for the exact number of currently occupied units?
Yeah. The reason I asked that is if we got a takeover, we should know who gonna be affected and how many gonna be affected at all times. We shouldn't have to wait till they get through court, get their financing together to know that we got some affected families in the building because they may want to take advantage of other options. So that's why I'm concerned about that. It is a big deal to me.
Yes.
That we know what's there. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you. Hi. Under the project-based voucher program, we inspect the units and annually and go into them. We do know how many units are in there. We have an ongoing relationship. Right now, the building is being managed by 5T Management under the city's foreclosureship, under Troubled Buildings Initiative. So the building is being taken care of. Actually, the VA has been very positive about the changes in the building and has actually been filling back some of the VASH units recently. So it is, the redevelopment will change the future of the building, but to let you know that we've been working with this building and with the property management to assure the current condition and the current benefit of the tenants.
So so maybe I'm just a little confused. We pay for the unit, so we're not responsible for the individual, right? So is it just like a project-based voucher unit? And these people got vouchers from somebody else?
So we are not responsible for the relocation. The developer is responsible for the relocation. The families will remain assisted. And we will make sure that any unit that they move into, even in the short term, is inspected and is in good shape for them. But no, I don't think anybody has the number of families that are there today, but we can certainly get you that.
So let me just say that there are some vacancies. When this building shuts down or if there's any problems, what we do is relocate them within the PBV portfolio. So we always work with the property developer. This is a new buyer right now. So it's two separate actions. What we're working with in the building today is making sure that the tenants are safe and that the buildings are being maintained. And then when they buy and rehab, we will work with our PBV tenants to help assist them to move to other PBV units.
Okay, then this is my last comment. When you talk about, you said we make sure something, I just want to make sure that the tenants there know that they got rights to either go, stay, or whatever they need to be communicated with. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Welcome, Commissioner Malone.
Welcome. The big
Okay.
question.
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Washington.
The piggyback on Ms. Parker, the residents have been located that are being relocated to more PBV. But if they didn't want to go to your properties, they go to other properties. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, a voucher holder always has the opportunity, as long as they have been in the program for a year, to move to a different site. Under the Uniform Relocation Act, what they're trying to do is move them to a place with assistance and then give them the right to return, right? So I'm not sure if all of these people want to move, but they certainly may exercise their right to find a different unit if that is their choice.
Right. They probably just want to move so they can rehab the building. But what I'm saying is, if they're moving by choice, because they're going to rehab the building as a new takeover. So if they're moving by choice under PPV system, they have a right to move anywhere in the authority besides from mercy to mercy.
Yes.
And did we ask them about their choice, or did we assume they just wanted to move?
So that actually is part of the activity that happens under the Uniform Relocation Act. They'll be asked all of those types of questions during that time.
Will some of you all be there to ask them these questions, or we just leave it on the agency?
I didn't understand the question.
Would you all be someone from the authority be there, or would you just leave it up to the agency that owns the buildings?
To decide where they move or to ask them where they move?
To ask the questions. They want to stay with the agency, the company they're with. They want to go to another company.
Well, we can certainly
give them a choice.
We certainly can reach out, but keep in mind, if they're there, that means they want it to stay there.
Yes.
And
at
typically,
that location.
right. So, but at any time they can ask to be moved. But we can certainly work in conjunction with the developer to see if they want to come back to this rehabbed property or if they want to take another option and move.
Right. I was just saying that because sometimes when we know we have to move because of rehab of a building, what have you, sometimes people are forced to go to other properties they don't want to go to, just so they can hold a place with that developer, that management firm. We don't want nobody holding a place. We want them to be their choice. People have choices.
Okay.
So we need to make sure that choices are upheld.
Commissioner Parker, you had another question?
Yeah, so during the renovation, you expecting total vacancy? That's what I'm saying, is you moving them around unit to unit, or you clearing the whole building?
No, this is a gut rehab, so we're moving everybody out.
Everybody?
Yeah.
And how long would that be before you complete?
Our goal is always to have people back within a year.
1 year.
But give the people choices.
So we just want to see what y'all got, CHA got prepared and writing for our badge tenants that's already under our PBV programs, just to make sure that they, again, feel secure about they got options.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
this
you.
will be, like I say, our fourth time in this community in the last 5 years. So we do have a system. We do have letters. We will communicate clearly with
And
the
I think we
existing
thank you for that, but I'm concerned about the residents. So that's my 10th year in this, being concerned more about the residents. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We understand. Okay. All right. Up next, let's hear about 5853 Broadway. May we have the Bickerdike team back? Joy and Amari.
Good morning again.
Good morning again.
We're really happy to be here to talk about 5853 North Broadway. It's just to the north of Judge Fisher Apartments, with CHA Senior Development, and just to the south of the Broadway Armory. But I want to start out by saying not just thank you to all of you, but to give a little history. Bickerdike expanded its target area in 2021 after 15 years of it being in our strategic plan. And we got, and during that period, an invitation from the alderman at that time to look at the property at 5853 North Broadway for the development of affordable housing. And what you might know is that Edgewater is losing affordability big time. And they're also losing their family-sized units. And so we have engaged in what now are countless community meetings of varying sizes, and heard what the community wants and designed a project around that.
How were they on the height of this building in those
Pardon me?
How were the community comments on the height of this building on that street?
It's the first time I've been at Bickerdike 30 years. And in my 30 years, I've had a lot of NIMBYism. It's the first time that every community meeting, people were so appreciative of our being there
Great.
and welcoming Bickerdike to be the developer. The only thing that we heard, and it's funny because people actually apologize, oh, I'm sorry, I'm opposed to your project, but I have this concern. One of the concerns was the height of the building. We designed the building, and we don't have renderings here, but we can certainly provide them.
It's
But the
east-west, so you're
tallest
not
part of-
blocking all the sun.
The tallest part of the building is set back behind the frontal, the part along Broadway is just 3 stories. And then as you go back, it becomes an 11-story building.
Right.
And it's, I think respectful of the height in the area. Certainly Judge Fisher Apartments at, I think, 24 stories sort of sets the, the tallest building. We're less than half of that. And then, you have buildings right across the street that are 5 stories. And so I think while we've had a few complaints or, concerns about height, I think most of it has been addressed with the design of the building. It has not, people actually wanted us to go higher because they want more affordability in the area. It's 5853 North Broadway is 90 affordable apartments. It's 100% affordable. It's all new construction. The site use is currently the 48th Ward Streets and Sand office, and and so they'll be relocating to other sites. We've talked to the staff there. We are our financing is largely in place in partnership with the City of Chicago, Department of Housing, and we this is an important part of the operation of the building, and we strive to make our properties as affordable as possible. So not just with the initial, 60% of AMI that comes with the low income housing tax credit, but also to really bring greater affordability. And one way of doing that is through the PBV program. So we really appreciate the partnership. And we are largely have all of our financing in place, as I said.
When is groundbreaking?
We're just at a contractor fair. I'll let him. I feel like I'm doing all of Omari's little. I want to leave him something to talk about. But let me bring Omari up.
Amari, when are we breaking ground there?
Yeah, and then both of us can answer questions.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Joy. We're targeting October of this year for groundbreaking. We just passed the Plan Commission last week, Thursday, I believe. So we have zoning and finance, and then full City Council approval, which we hope to achieve by midsummer this year.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah. My specific question is, are the referrals from the CHA wait list to your building?
Will you be taking
Yes.
referrals from CHA waitlist?
That's correct. Yes, for the 23 units in this building. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Well,
Commissioner Washington?
I'm just glad these voucher-based units that y'all are getting, because it was regular public housing or mixed income. Y'all kind of suck at that. But vouchers, mixed incomes, y'all suck.
Terrific. Commissioner Parker, you have a question?
Yeah. And that one. Okay, now I just want to know who your general contractor.
That's a very good question. We just received bids from the 4 different general contractor teams about 2 weeks ago, so our team has been reviewing them. We have a few meetings actually later today to go over the bids and beat them up over the price a bit. And we will have interviews next week, and I believe it's either the first or second week of April. We plan to pick a general contracting team.
What is your budget per unit cost?
I believe we were about $780,000 per unit, including of hard and soft costs, all in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners with a comment, question? I'm thrilled you're going to do it, and I'd love to be there at the ribbon cutting if I can.
Come on down, everyone.
Okay. The next 2 items will be presented by Leonard Langston, Interim Chief Property Asset Manager. Is he back in the room? Hi, Leonard. Item number 4 is the authorization. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. Item number 4 is the authorization to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with Lowe's Home Centers LLC in the aggregate amount of. Did I skip number 3? I'm sorry. Did I? Ah, okay. Excuse me. Item number 3 is the authorization for actions necessary for the closing of Southbridge 1C. Lee Prater. Yeah, we could have let him go out of order. Okay. Lee Prater, Deputy Chief Development Officer, is presenting this item. Morning, Lee.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I am pleased to present this request for Southbridge 1C so the development team can proceed to closing on Southbridge 1C. This is the second of 2 board actions required to close the project. In March 2023, the CHA board approved CHA staff to apply for rental assistance demonstration financing for Southbridge 1C. At that time, we said we would return to CHA board after completing project underwriting and design review. These steps have now been completed. And just to have a little more background, Southbridge 1C was awarded 9% tax credits in the 2022 IDA funding round. The project was originally comprised of 105 units, with 75 units located in a 12-story elevator building located at 2300 South State Street on city-owned land, and 2 3-story walk-up buildings on CHA land located at the southeast corner of Dearborn and 23rd Street. Due to construction cost increases in the market, the project was resized to be an 80-unit, not 75-unit, but an 80-unit elevator building at 2311 through 2315 South State Street, and that is across the street from the first 2 Southbridge phases that have been built, Southbridge 1A and 1B, with the proposed walk-up buildings to be included in future development phases. So again, with the design, the financing, the funding set up, and underwriting completed, we are very excited to be back in front of you and are requesting approval to authorize a CHA loan of not to exceed $10 million and to submit the RAD financing plan so we can proceed to closing on Southbridge 1C. And the development team who is here with me, today we have Will Woodley, who is I want to make sure I get your title right, Will, the Senior Vice President of Real Estate Development in the Midwest for the Community Builders, and Ben Andrews, who's the Development Manager, directly managing the Southbridge 1C project, and they are here with us. I also wanted to state that they are working diligently to close and are looking for a fourth quarter closing. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this
Thank
authorization and board action.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen. Come forward. I have 2 same questions. Groundbreaking?
We're poised for October of this year.
Okay. And cost per unit?
$618 per unit.
That's better. Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Can you just introduce yourself?
Oh,
I'm sorry. Yeah, Ben Andrews, project manager with the Community Builders.
Is he just a bodyguard?
Will Woodley.
I wouldn't be good at it. Will Woodley with the Community Builders. I'm the head of real estate development for TCB Midwest.
Thank you.
I have a
Commissioner
question.
Washington, you have a question.
Yes, I just had a question statement, and to the authority and to the community builders. Thank you for the partial work you've been doing in the community. I live down the street from you also, from your headquarters. Also, we're giving money to Ickeys, and it's been less than 5 years since they've been built. Now Southbridge. I always say cross 35th Street, 35th and State, 39th and State, and 37th to 39th, and Wells, Vincennes, R.B. Wells. These developments been vacant for like 25 years now. And we ain't even halfway through building yet. Hoping the next phase, one other 3 developments, either Ida Wells, Staywell, Taylor get some money to start building.
So
We need
you
to
want
keep up
them
with
to
the
do
time.
more, is what you're saying.
No, I want after they do this, they gotta wait another 5 or 10 years like everybody else to get some more money to start building, even though it's less land.
Okay, thank you.
So enjoy this round.
Commissioner
You have to
Parker,
wait to
you have
give
a
everybody else
question?
a chance.
So I thought I heard somebody, police said that it was to the east of 23rd, which is that CHA land? Because I'm confused. It ain't
Yes.
building on a campus at State Street. I didn't know we split it across the street. So across what street? East of State Street?
So where, the location where this building is, it is city-owned land that is across the street at 2311 to 2315 South State, that across the street from CHA-owned land
Right.
is city-owned land.
So the reason I asked that is because I know the residents been adamant about building on the land that they come from. So what's the point of us taking city-owned land? We got a whole footprint of our own land across the street, and if so, what, like, was that extra cost? Because why would we be going across the street?
So when the master plan was completed for Southbridge, it included some of the city-owned land, was part of the original master plan.
So why we
Yes.
rushing over across the street when we got our own, again, our own land, unless we trying to preserve that for something else, which is, to me, don't make no kind of sense. I'm trying to see if we got vacant land, and I'm not saying if we got the city land, don't gobble it up, but what's the point of that?
So the city-owned land is also being put in, the city's putting it in for $1 in the same way that to be able to reduce the cost. And this was part of the plan. Again, the original goal was to have the CHA land and the city land to be able to do this larger project. Unfortunately, just due to the high cost, they were not able to do that. So yet they are doing this phase to get 80 units with the plan to have the other units across the street in the next phase.
And that was our idea? Because I'm confused again.
It was a decision between the development team and CHA and other, just to be able to make sure that we got 80 units and didn't lose a 9% tax credit award.
The reason I'm bringing it up, another reason I'm bringing it up, because we had a so-called half deal with the city for, they wanted to use our land on the other side. So is that off the table? Because they wanted to school, whatever they wanted to do.
At high school?
Is that dead?
So I can't speak to the situation with the school. At this point, we are delivering.
I mean, and I'm sorry about, like, say, I know that's another project, that's not what's on the agenda, but I'm just trying to figure out why is we doing stuff, like we leaving our own land vacant when we could be using it. That's all.
I think this was phasing also. It's the opportunity to have buildings on both sides
That's
of
kinda
a
cute.
street, which is an important thing to do,
Mhm.
and weave things together so we don't have some broken
Yeah.
teeth in between.
Right.
And so that's a good thing for the development and for those existing
Because
residents.
it do look kind of weird going down a State Street and then this side looking decent and that's looking abandoned and vacant. So I'm okay with the mix. I was just wondering, was it a strategy? Was it like to that? Back to them. Who your general contractors that's going to do the construction? Is it?
Yeah, so we just actually rounded up our GC selection process. So we'll be using McHugh with a joint venture with Powers and Sons, who Powers and Sons was involved on the first phase of 1A, 1B.
Thank you.
But okay, no, thank you. Yeah, it's almost thank you for me. So, do you guys is they setting aside any Section 3, seeing how it used to be our land, they building something? If you guys got any plans on working with Section 3 businesses, Section 3 residents to just kind of get employment there?
Sure, that is our intention. So TCB over the past 20 years has met goals with City and CHA to comply with MBE and Section 3 goals. And now that we've selected our GC, in the coming months we'll be working with community, aldermen, the city to ensure that we're hitting those goals and working with Section 3 participants.
Okay. Commissioner Gutierrez, did you have a question?
I just.
Yes,
when
Commissioner
y'all do-
Washington.
When you all do build, and since we're getting 26 one-bedrooms and 3 2-bedrooms. I hope they're not tiered. I hope they're scattered throughout the building. We want the same amenities and the same square foot since we're paying the same rate with our voucher system.
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. We've been working with CHA staff to ensure that we don't have any of those issues, and we've been working in tandem with them just to make sure that we have units scattered throughout the floor plates, and then obviously all amenities will be used by tenants. There's no
And the same
bifurcation
square
there.
footage.
Thank you.
Make it even with the square footage on the units.
Okay.
Tanky, can I ask one question?
All right,
If
Lee, I would like it. I'm sorry.
If I may, just for the record.
Yes, Elizabeth.
With all these deals that happen, our legal department still reviews those units to make sure that they are scattered and dispersed through the building. So we'll still be looking at those
And
projects.
square footage also.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look into that when that comes in.
Lee-
But we always look at those and make sure that those units are scattered throughout the building so that there is no clustering.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Or
Lee,
tiering.
I would like just a down and dirty analysis of their overall costs for these units versus what Bickerdike has had to do up north and why it's so much more affordable at this development so that we could get more affordable units out there, less cost. Thank you.
But, so I was just wanting to ask the community builders is, speaking of cost, I know there's been a lot of pushback across the country on that exorbitant amount of cost, because even though he's saying the other one, y'all cheaper than the other one, 600,000 for one bedroom is still excessive, right?
Market rate right now, given all the regulations, is probably over 500.
I know, but it's
So it's not crazy.
It's
And
crazy.
I'd like to know what goes into your development that's different and how you were able to get it at a lower cost. It's very important to us. Thank you.
But okay, but I'm talking. Our question ain't combined. We got a question. You got one. I got one.
Okay,
yada, yada.
Commissioner Parker.
But I'm just saying that is, you know how they talking about like government contracts that's exceeding these amounts, because everywhere else again across the country is a lot of chatter about that's too much, right? And so how are you dealing with that, or do you have to deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a concern, I think, across the organizations and people working in Chicago, but I think specifically for Southbridge and TCB, we are going out to multiple general contractors and getting competitive pricing and ensuring a not to exceed number. So, we are doing our best to make sure the pricing is within line of costs that we're seeing in the market. And we believe, for the numbers that we're showing today and how we've been bidding the process, that the project numbers are reasonable from what we're seeing in the market today.
So we need to take into consideration our Section 3 bids, because they could build like 1/4 of that, 1/6 of it. I'm just saying.
One more question. Just looking at the market and what you're saying, I'm going on all the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting ceremonies, looking at all this property that's being built, and they look the same all over. The prices are really getting out of control, and we at the authorities letting it get out of control. The units look the same everywhere we go, every ribbon cutting. So what's the difference? The quality of material, everything, the floor plan, the footage, everything is the same. So as authority, we need to, as authority, we need to get a handle what we're doing.
Yeah.
Because it's out of control.
Yeah, no, I'd like to understand what goes into it.
We are not a burden that's on the ground.
Okay.
We ain't. We not. So we're going to have to stop it. Draw the line somewhere.
Thank you.
Come this tape, you got to deal with us or just don't deal at all. We just tired of it.
And I look forward to bringing back a cost breakdown of just seeing what the comparisons are in terms of hard cost breakdowns by units, by types, so that you can see what is that breakdown in terms of cost, where those additional costs is for the different building types, et cetera. And that way, all of us can be making the best decisions possible.
Lee, if you could also throw in something market rate.
Absolutely.
Just so the commissioners have more of an overall understanding about the cost structure here. Thank you.
And not just look at the Chicago market, because that's the thing. I mean, we know what Chicago doing, but this, I'm talking about across the country. Them the rates I want to see, so that we can do comparison to see where the city or whoever dropping the ball at, giving these big construction companies all this money to do the same thing they doing somewhere else at less than half that cost. That's my concern.
Okay. Lee, let's talk about the structure afterward. Okay.
I would like to see those.
Thank you. the next two items, I'm going to call Leonard back again. Yeah, April 1st. Okay, thank you, Lee. Item number 4 is the authorization to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with Lowe's Home Centers LLC in the aggregate amount of $30,076,200 for maintenance, repair, and operating supplies. Please explain it to us.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Matankian. Good morning, Commissioners. Excuse me, Vice Chair Matankian.
Good morning.
Acting Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As stated, this is a recommendation to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with Lowe's for the purchasing of our maintenance, repair, and operating supplies for all of our properties. This solicitation was put out by Omnia Partners. They are a national leader and the largest and most experienced purchasing organization for public and private sector procurement. So the solicitations that they put out are meant so other bodies of government can piggyback and achieve some economies of scale and some contract savings. With this particular contract, we receive a minimum discount of 5% for all the items that we purchase. For larger purchases, the discount ranges from 10 to 20%. In instances where we bundle orders together, there are deeper discounts of up to 25%. And we also have a 7% discount for all transactions in a calendar year. These are rebates that come back to CHA, to our Department of Procurement and Contracts, to be used to support other CHA programs. Lowe's has committed to continuing sponsorship opportunities, working with our home ownership symposium, Operation Warm, and they've also been able to hire one resident student from the S2S Take Flight event earlier this year. And for there, I'll stop for any questions.
My first question is, overall, this $30 million contract, what is our estimated savings after the rebate, et cetera? What do you think it's going to save the agency?
Minimally, it'll be 7% over time.
Okay, $2 million.
Definitely.
Go ahead. We'll go with Commissioner Parker first.
So, okay, so you said Lowe's went on and committed to one little job. I know they were kind of giving pushback on their commitment to inclusion. And so, how do we get the one job out of them for $27 million? How was that possible? I thought they were against any requirements for employment opportunities.
Yeah, so this was part of the conversation. Lowe's engaged with our Department of Procurement and Contracts to just identify ways that the Lowe's team could continue to support CHA and its mission. And this was one of those outcomes.
So this is part about our local Lowe's, right? So we got that commitment.
That is correct.
From them. Again, when you talk about rebates, so is this something that they've been doing? Because I just want to know what was the overall give back, money back to us in the last contract. So if you're saying they're going to give us 7%, I'm kind of good at math, but how much money, cash, did we get back, or rebate money?
So last year, and Sheila, I'm going to ask you to step up. Justin, I know we had a pending rebate due to close out last year, but do you mind sharing that total 2024 rebate?
No worries. Good morning. It's a great day at CHA. So our rate of the rebates that we received back from Lowe's was $446,664,000. We actually have another rebate check that we will get for them to close out this current contract. So we'll be meeting with them in the next couple of weeks in order to close out the current contract that we have with them.
So we talk about, let me finish. When you talk about we got $400,000 back, and you said that's going where to? Because our students ain't feeling that. Where that money going back to?
That actually goes back to finance, and it probably goes to non-federal funds.
Our operating.
Or go back into our operating.
Or operating.
Operating.
Oh, I thought you said they give it to programs or something. Like when
No,
you-
it goes to further support our mission. So whether it's non-federal funds or our operating budget, it comes back to allow us to support our other programs.
So we need to get a percentage of that for resident initiatives or something. You know what I mean?
do. Yes,
Instead
we
of just
do.
taking it, putting it back in a budget that we already got a big budget, we could probably divvy that up. Since they ain't giving us no jobs, they can give us half of that or something, 25%.
Initiatives or something.
I do have a comment related
Thanks.
to that in a question, Leonard. I think our values as an organization, we talk about that all the time. So I do want to get a little bit into the diversity issue. I see here that diversity contracting, they're requesting a full waiver. Can you talk to us about that conversation, please?
Sure.
Sheila.
Absolutely, I can. And so, as we talked about previously, as a corporation in whole, it was the decision not to participate in our diversity initiatives based on the climate that we have in the nation right now. But at a local level, the partnership that we have with the same firm, they are willing to commit to that. The other thing, this is a supply and delivery contract. So there's really minimum opportunity for them to really subcontract to a minority or women-owned business, right? Those items, as we asked in their contract previously, when we first brought this to the board in 2020, we asked them to tell us as a corporation, who do you buy supplies from? And if you have contracts with minority or women-owned or disadvantaged businesses, to report that to us. Because for us, we go to them for appliances. We go to them for paint. We go to them for those type of things. And so it's different when it's an office supply contract and I can use a SMED or I can find a paper company. But for this, as a supply and delivery, that's why we asked them to report to us. But as a corporation at the corporate level, we were told that they were not going to comply with those specific roles. However, at the local level, they'll continue to still try to foster opportunities with us. That one job that we got was under the current contract, but Lowe's is here, and we are going to continuously talk about opportunities to do hiring for our residents. And so I'd like to bring them up so
most
that you
definitely.
can talk to them
Please.
directly.
Please do.
Please.
Good morning.
Good morning. So first of all, you'll introduce yourselves, but I do want to make a statement to my fellow commissioners. We want to work with people who care about our mission. How they put it out in the press or whatever is really not of concern as long as they want to help us, help our people, help us buy products and services for our buildings at the best possible price. And let's not go down the rabbit hole the wrong way right now.
We grown. We understand. We grown. We know that.
Okay.
Well, good morning, CHA Board of Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Langston. My name is Matt Barnett. I'm a Lowe's Senior Account Manager, and I've been managing the relationship between CHA's PAM purchasing for MRO goods and Lowe's for the last 3+ years.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Morales. I'm the Regional Pro Director here at Lowe's. Thank you.
Good morning. All right, commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, I got one. And so I understand, like you said, if they, it's up to them if they don't participate in certain things. But we just, like you said, without trying to badger nobody, especially we know what's the climate is. We all know, we see it. But my thing is, if we're gonna do business with them, we just expect certain things. We don't want to. So I just want to make sure it's beneficial to us in terms of, could we get these products somewhere else cheaper? You know what I mean? And since Lowe's is taking a stance on what's being done across the country, is their products made in America? I mean, is these American products, or is these products coming from other places? Where your products coming from? The refrigerator stoves, is they made in where?
Certainly. So to address your questions, Commissioner Parker, a couple different points that I heard in there. So Lowe's has several of our vendor partners that do produce on U.S. soil as part of the BOB Requirement Acts, and we have been in conversation with previous CHA individuals about the percentage of products and
So
identifying
BOB was under
those.
the last administration. Is that still holding?
The vast majority of our manufacturers are still making those products where they were at this point last year.
Okay.
So that'd be question one. the other
Well,
point that
I'm
you
sorry, specific product, when you talk about the Baba, what is that? Is that the stoves? Is that the, what is that?
it was a little bit of
The
everything.
paint.
At that time,
Name
we were
something
looking
that's
for
being made in America.
yes,
Like,
paint is produced here, and most of our major appliances are also produced in manufacturing facilities here in the United States as well. Flooring that we've looked at with you guys is final assembled here using sourced materials.
all right, thank you. That was.
On my turn. Welcome back. You said they are now delivering. Leonard, you said they are now delivering the supplies to the developments.
They're already delivering, Commissioner Washington.
But in the beginning, they was not delivering. Remember, we had to always go and pick up supplies from Lowe's.
No, ma'am. Lowe's has been delivering supplies to our properties for years.
No, they have not.
Okay.
The contractors, the CHA contractor, the small bidders, the Section 3s, always had to go pick up their supplies from Lowe's. And then, too, I always complained about it. Well, all the presidents complained about it. Sometimes they're doing our developments, they run out of supplies. If all of us we got about 100 people doing apartments, everybody want baseboards, they always used to seem to run out. That was always our complaint.
So, Commissioner Washington, a contractor purchasing from Lowe's is different than CHA ordering supplies from Lowe's. Our supplies are delivered to the properties. There are instances where we may have an emergency need to quickly go and pick up an item for a property, and we have a process for that. But the vast majority of supplies that our property managers order are delivered to the properties.
Very well put. And I would tell the property managers always complain we went to get our supplies, they didn't have enough on stock, or another development took the supplies. This is even happening on you, them. This is not nothing new. And when y'all do order supplies from Lowe's, y'all should ask us. Some of the rather, whatever Lowe's deliver, I'm a recipient of the product that's been a public housing resident. So them shades and stuff, so we move in, they are so thin, they are so cheap. If you're gonna order something for us from Lowe's or anywhere else, we want something that's durable. It ain't gotta look cute, but it have to last us. Because after my first week of moving in, I got to buy new shades. Got that little flimsy stuff. Order something for us that's gonna be durable, that's gonna last. I don't mind after year 2 paying for it, but not the first weeks. And that's for everybody across the board. Some of the baseboards, some of the towels, but the floors or the planks, it's not durable. We are public housing residents, but we want the same thing in life that everybody want. We want something that's
Does
durable.
this go back to procurement, or would this be you?
Both. It's for CHA, period.
No, I want to understand who's specifying the product.
This is CHA. So, Commissioner, my response is a review of our design guidelines. Our design guidelines indicate kind of what type of materials and the minimum quality we should have in our units. So we will revisit that to ensure that our minimum quality standards are appropriately outlined and that they are in place for what's being ordered from Lowe's and from anywhere else.
Thank you, Leonard.
So do you have to go out and look at the products, touch, feel the products, or just look on the screen? Because before it has been ordered by sight, not by feel, touching, by sight on screen, not by feeling, touching, looking at it.
We have staff that do both. They review the specs of a material, and they will also go test the material, if you will, to ensure that it meets our standards. That was part of our process for developing our design guidelines.
What we have don't seem like it was happening. For what we've been getting, don't seem like it's been happening, or somebody been in error.
All right. So, Leonard, you will review them again and talk to Commissioner Washington about it?
Yes, we will.
And you'll change
Thank
some
you.
of them also.
Thank you.
You'll change some of them.
All right.
One last. I appreciate that locally Lowe's is invested in working with CHA. Can you talk about some of the work that you're doing? Some of the are you working with our residents? How are you viewing the work in partnership with CHA right now?
Certainly. So my direct role is the oversight of the procurement side of the partnership, but in doing so, we've received the feedback from our partners in the CHA PAM team and procurement team about living and emulating the mission that we have to take care of our residents. With that in mind, over the last probably 12 to 18 months, Lowe's and Lowe's corporate office has really stepped up to provide sponsorship opportunities back to some of the CHA events throughout the year, including the landlord and homeowner symposiums, including raffles, donations, giveaway at those events, and direct engagement, including breakout sessions and coaching and training about home ownership and just how to do basic maintenance around the home that should help our residents as they continue to graduate through the CHA housing program and their mission to get their own home and become homeowners in their own right one day. Additionally, we did participate with volunteerism, about 20 associates deep, at the Operation Warm event last fall to help donate and give out those coats and books. We included setup volunteerism during on day of volunteerism as well. And then also participate in the Take Flight event. We are in conversations with Lauren Green's team. Most recently got introduced to him within the last 60 days. And we do have some plans to continue engagement with our HR and talent acquisition partners through Lowe's corporate and locally about other opportunities that we have. But yes, the young lady that we did hire as a result of the Take Flight event, we met her in person at the event. She was asking about opportunities. Our store manager from 79th and Cicero Lowe's, Brian, was in attendance with myself. We had a great engagement with the young lady, scheduled her an interview the following business day, and by the end of that week, she was hired and scheduled to start onboard training, and she is now currently working in that building part-time around her schooling needs.
Oh, one person for $30
Thank you.
million.
All right.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I don't remember really seeing Lowe's here, so thank you guys for coming out and answering our questions.
Certainly. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and continue working with the fine folks at CHA.
Well,
Thank
one
you,
more
Jim.
thing.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
One more. I don't care whether you hire no minorities or not, but hire some of our residents.
Yeah.
Hire 30 million, hire some of our residents. We ain't big and we buying. So hire some of us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay. And the last item on today's agenda is item number 5, authorization to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with W.W. Granger, Inc. in the aggregate amount of $10,936,500 for maintenance, repair, and operating supplies. Leonard?
Thank you very much. And similar to the last item, this is through Omnia Partners. Again, this contract was solicited and meant for other public bodies to use for cost savings on various items. This particular contract with Granger is meant for more mechanical supplies. So this is this contract that our engineers use to order parts and make repairs for critical building systems at the properties. Similar to the last item, we receive a minimum discount of 5% for all items purchased using this contract. There's also an opportunity for an incremental growth incentive for year-over-year purchasing, a 2% e-commerce incentive, which is utilizing their website. 95% of our purchases are made in that way, so we qualify for that particular incentive. And then also there's a volume incentive, and you have to spend at least $250,000 to qualify for that. From a diversity and contracting requirements perspective, this vendor, they're proposing other economic opportunities, which includes the use of CNG construction to provide account management and MRO industry training at $100,000, internships at $50,000, and a Section 3 youth build hire at $60,000. And with that, I will pause for any questions.
The overall contract is
We said no audience.
All right, excuse me. We have questions from the floor later, please.
And we do have representatives from Granger here as well.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Chris Noonan. I am the Government District Sales Manager for Granger, supporting the City of Chicago and State of Illinois.
Good morning. I'm Tom Andrews, a Senior Government Account Manager with Granger.
Good morning, gentlemen. Commissioners, may I ask for questions, comments? Yes, Commissioner Washington.
As I read through it, I see y'all gonna hire some internships, y'all gonna hire some residents, whatever. I'm looking on paper what you say, so who's here to follow up to make sure that it happens? From CHA. You're gonna follow up against
Sheila.
See that these people are hired. They giving the money to the S2F that's giving money for scholarships.
Sheila and Mary,
Extend
would
the
you please come
internship
forward
program.
and get to a microphone for a second to answer that question? Gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Part of my role is to monitor their commitment and compliance to CHA. And so we'll work with the work office in Lorne Green to track the number of hires that have been done, the number of residents that we've hired. We will track with S2S, with Kristen Hamer, any students that have gotten internships. We'll also work to make sure that any rebate checks that come in, they come in to me, and I turn those over to our finance office. So that is what part of my team's role is, and mine is to make sure that I am Big Brother watching on your behalf.
So could I get a quarter report every 3 months?
We can give
Just
you
to
a
follow up to make sure nothing has changed.
we
things
can
haven't
give you
fell
a
off.
report. Yes.
So when can I get a report? What day?
We can give you a
Yeah.
report.
Next couple of weeks?
Probably by the end of the week. Yes. We can
Okay.
tell you where they have been thus far.
Thank you.
So I go check on them, okay?
Okay. I can send that to the board.
I just
Commissioner
wanted-
Parker, you have a question?
Yeah, Leonard, I just wanted to know, based on the last, this vendor and the last one, how much less of products are we getting with our money? Like, is products is up, what percentages are we paying for products compared to the last contract? Is it up 10? Is we seeing an increase in costs? What's the
Is this an extension of the same type of agreement, or has there been an additional incentive that we've negotiated for?
No, I'm saying if cost is up, like even from Granger, is we seeing an increase in cost of product?
Oh.
Like if a stove was 600 last year, what's the increase? How is this affecting us in this contract? Or is we putting in more money, or is it we getting less for what we paid last time?
Oh, okay. I understand your question. So yes, the cost of materials and supplies has increased. However, our rebates, our incentives, our discounts are a percentage based on the cost. So as those costs rise, so do our rebates and discounts on those same materials and
If we
supplies.
stuck at 5%, how did that rise? 5% is 5%, right? I don't.
From a dollars and cents perspective.
All right, so you're saying that we cost goes up, our rebate. I see what you're saying. We're still getting a 5% of a higher cost.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I get it. But what is the cost increase? Maybe Granger know, like, what's your product cost increase year over year or compared to even last year? Are you experiencing that too?
So Granger supplies over 1.5 million products. So hard for me to put a number.
The products
here.
you're selling us. You selling us 1.5 million, or you got
What
a
Granger
specific
offers
product?
of what offers.
Well, I say ranges or whatever. You said we ban what boiler systems. You said complicated systems. What we getting from Granger?
So generally, materials and supplies for building system repairs.
Like for instance, I mean, I don't know what.
A filter for an HVAC unit or a belt.
A valve for a boiler
A
system.
valve to fix a
exactly.
boiler system.
What about the boiler system itself? Because every time I see a lot of contractors saying that they can't get covers and stuff like that, so they only sell limited products. They try to sell a whole system with a cover. I mean, is they providing those type of systems, repair pieces, like covers for heaters and stuff like that?
When it comes to full systems, we would generally purchase that from a company that can both supply and install. So we would not purchase a full new boiler system from Granger.
Oh, so Granger here saying that they can't say what's
Excuse
what's
me.
going on.
Commissioners on this side of the aisle?
Commissioner Harris had a question.
I have a question.
Sorry, Commissioner Harris.
Yes. Just listening for items 4 and 5. Specifically, my question was, what controls are going to be in place to ensure that all charges in these contracts are properly vetted and appropriate and justified? My request is that we receive something in a documentation showing the process by which this is going to be done for the commissioners to look over that.
Yeah,
That
that's-
goes to
yeah,
procurement?
No, that's
That's you?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Harris, we can share the ordering process with you. That outlines the various approvals that have to be made.
Okay.
How soon can we expect something like that? How soon can we expect that?
Nana.
This week, we'll get that turned around right to you.
This week?
Yes, ma'am. We'll get that right to you.
Can you talk a little bit about your diversity contract work that you're doing with us? Because as I see that, I feel a little better than what I saw before.
And the questions around the type of work that we do?
Right.
So this is a product and supply contract, right?
No,
similar
but
to-
I'm talking about here you're doing internships for
Oh,
50,000.
yeah,
so
absolutely.
the work that you're doing related to diversity and the work that CHA does.
So there's two lanes here. There's the women minority businesses, and we have a forecast of that for 21.7% to exceed that goal. We have 6 direct participants on that, women and minority owned. We have some indirect as well, and those are products that we feel are high quality, well suited for the residents and aligned with this. And with partnership with CHA, look forward to being able to position those to get those into units to drive up the participation for women and minority businesses. From the Section 3 standpoint, we have C&G Construction as a subcontractor. They're more in the construction side of things, which complements our offer. And so between products, supplies, and also they have hauling services and other opportunities there, we expect to use them for those type of opportunities. From the other economic opportunities, C&G is also a Section 3 business that's looking to expand into industries where Grainger has expertise and looking to go into different areas such as account management where Grainger has a level of expertise. And so we're making the investment into C&G to help them expand into different markets, into account management, customer service, MRO industry knowledge, so that they can continue to expand in there. In addition, we have internships available every summer, and those can be in a variety of roles. That could be in sales, that can be in technology, that can be in marketing, that could be in supply chain. We attended the Take Flight event and proactively position it there. We post these positions in the WORC site and make sure that they get a lot of visibility, and we put a lot of effort to find interns for that program. And then we've recently hired a Section 3 resident. We continue as we move forward to look for those opportunities. And a lot of our work that comes in this area is highly skilled. And so what we've talked about in addition to what we've proposed today hits our Section 3 goal, but we don't want to stop there because we hit that goal. And so one of the things that we talk with Lauren and his team is a paid work study program to help upskill individuals while getting paid to do so and getting a variety of skills like warehousing, like inventory management, like shipping, customer service, and areas like that. That's going to well position residents to get a variety of jobs, whether it's at Grainger or potentially somewhere else, because we've helped upskill them and getting paid to do so. And that is one of the things that we look forward to working on with CHA, Lauren, and everybody else to accomplish those. And then in addition to those, other mentor protege programs or scholarship opportunities. We plan on posting every Chicagoland job we have through the WORC worksite. So there's a lot of visibility there and continue to give as many opportunities as possible. And then any and all events where CHA is talking with talent and talking with your residents and giving them opportunity, we're here to participate and join and mentor and coach in every way that we can for the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that knows.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you all.
Commissioners, we have one registered speaker, Ms. Tamika Holt, who signed up to comment on items 2, 4, and 5. Ms. Holt, can you please approach the podium? All right.
Logically speaking, am I supposed to do this in 2 minutes for all 4 of those items, 5 of those items?
Yeah, there are 3 items, Ms. Holt, and yes.
No. I think it was 2, 4, 5, and 7, or something like that.
I
But
don't.
yeah, we'll
let me look
start. We'll
let me
start
look for
here.
7. Hold on. No, 7's not in.
Oh, okay.
Item number 7's under a different committee, so you'll have the time in that one.
Okay, so all of these is up under this
2,
one
4,
thing.
and 5.
Okay, that's fine. I'll do my best. I got a question about when these companies or these developers come here to get 50 vouchers, 65 vouchers, 70 vouchers. Have they already pretty much obtained their financing for the rehab projects, or do they take the letter to the bank and say, hey, we have guaranteed income, can you give us the money now? And I'm being facetious, but I really want to know, do we ask those questions? Because that's very important, because at that point, CHA should be not just a partner, you should be owners as well. And that's just my thinking, you know, I just got a GED. With that being said, when we talk to these developers about their Section 3 involvement, I would really wish you can kind of switch your talking points and start digging in the mud. Because once again, we should still be talking about this. Non-union Section 3, especially low-income Section 3 businesses, because you got some that's non-union, but they're bigger companies. They know how to finagle with the union, and they still are not being made to be union, you know, which signatory to the unions. Ask them, where are the opportunities for us? They always pick general contractors as signatory to the union, which locks us out of doing business with them on your projects. We need to get in the thick of the mud with this. Really, it's ridiculous. And as far as Lowe's, the presenter for Granger, what was that, 10 million? He had a bunch of ways to give opportunities, and it wasn't about
30
stocking
seconds
and
remaining.
putting stuff on the shelves and things of that nature. Lowe's give you substandard products and materials. This is one of the reasons as a contractor, I never really went to them for anything. And do you do price matching? Because that 400,000, 600,000 could easily turn into 1.5 million. You need to be a little more, pretty much a lot more monitoring with them. No, nobody checks though. Nobody checks the material that Lowe's has ever been giving you.
Time is up.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Holt.
Thank
I'm sorry. Perhaps after the meeting, but right now you haven't. Mr. Bailey? Oh.
Stand back, man. Just stand. $700,000. $700,000 per unit. Do you know what they do to Section 3?
Right. Sir, we have a procedure for signing up. Should we take a quick break?
If you'd like to get it.
If you want to
deal with
We're not going to sit here and listen. All right. We're going to recess the meeting temporarily and take a quick break. We'll be back.
That's fine, sir. Okay.
I dare you to come to my life.
For everyone in this room, knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, my fellow commissioners and I do actually look forward to listening to your concerns and considering your input. Depending on the questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to the chair, CEO Hurlock, or we may be able to provide you with immediate response, or we may direct you to staff so your concern is promptly addressed. Be assured, however, that your concerns will be addressed before the next scheduled meeting. As set forth in our public participation rules, courteous, respectful, and civil behavior is expected from all speakers and all persons attending the board and committee meetings in the same way that we, your commissioners, will handle it with courteous respect. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. Individuals who are disruptive will be given a warning and will, if necessary, be removed from the meeting. If any individual is removed from a meeting as a result of disruptive behavior, the individual may forfeit his or her right of re-entry to future board meetings and committee meetings. Seriously, folks, we want to do this the right way. We want to be respectful of everybody's time, and we want to hear your voices. But what just happened can't happen again in my committee meeting. Thank you. Madam Secretary, let me have a roll call to reestablish the quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Malone?
Here.
Commissioner Parker? Commissioner Matanke?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we are going on to the vote. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions on items number 1 through 5? Hearing none, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of item number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items 1 through 5 are approved. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will present a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? The March 24th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matanke. We're going to move right into the Tenant Services Committee meeting, which will be chaired by Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Tenant Service Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting. I ain't had no meeting today. I'm sorry. I didn't write that. Good morning and welcome to the March 24th Tenant Service Committee meeting. My name is Deborah Parker, Chair of the Tenant Service Committee. I'll call today's meeting to order. We will have a roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Here.
Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Brewer, Gutierrez, Matanke, and Malone are also in attendance, but not counted for a quorum. We have only one item on today's agenda for consideration. Item number 7 will be presented by Mary Howard, Chief Administrator of Resident Service Officer. Item number 7 reads as follows: authorization to award and execute professional service agreements for the Summer Youth Employment Program with Right Leadership Institution, Centers for New Horizons, Lifeline of Hope, Inc., Metropolitan Family Services, Near West Side Community Development, the Kindness Campaign, and UCAN in the aggregate amount of $28,561,650. Mary, can you provide us with an overview of the item?
Yep, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Commissioners. Each year, CHA works with over 2,200 youth ages 13 to 24 on 10 paid learning opportunities over the summer. The largest of these opportunities is our Summer Youth Employment Program, which is part of the Mayor's One Summer Chicago initiative, which places 1,600 15 to 24-year-olds into paid employment. Last summer, our program participants earned $2.8 million over 218,000 hours worked. In previous years, the Summer Youth Employment Program, or SYEP as we call it, was incorporated into our Family Works program. However, as we continued to look at our data, we saw that the majority of the participants were from the HCV program and not public housing where our Family Works providers serve. So we engaged in a solicitation to seek youth-serving organizations to be partners moving forward. As a result of 2 types of solicitations, we are recommending the following 7 organizations, 3 of whom are new to CHA. Bright Leadership Institute, Centers for New Horizons, the Kindness Campaign, Lifeline to Hope, Metropolitan Family Services, Near West Side CDC, and UCAN. The recommended award is a 2-year base term of $11,067,101 and a 3-year and 3 one-year options for a 5-year aggregate total of $28,561,650. This breaks down to an average of $3,570 per youth, of which 68% of that goes towards their wages as well as support services like transportation costs. And then the remainder of the funds is for the staff to run the program as well as the administration of the program. I have representatives here from each of the organizations today. Should you have any questions directly for them or for me? Thank you.
Yeah, could you have them step up to the podium,
Sure.
please?
Why don't we have one rep from each of the 7 organizations come on up?
That's all you need. Oh, you said one. And the youth. And could the more newer ones step to the front? Like
please.
Kindness Campaign. Can we hear from Kindness? Okay. Could you give an overview of your program and how you came about providing the services for us?
The Kindness Campaign started by a group of
Get a mic.
parents.
We got a mic.
The Kindness Campaign started by a group of parents from the Greater Grand Crossing community who were organizing. Our program got cut, and we got frustrated. Through the confidence and the support of the community, we've grown. We submitted for this RFQ because it aligns with our mission and how we can effectively service youth enrollment to other programs. So looking beyond the CHA SYEP program, we also have Illinois Youth Investment Program. In addition to that, we also have a $2.5 million project, a grocery store and cafe opening on 81st and Halsted, in which we will probably leverage this program to get some of the youth opportunities with our general contractor, which will be paying prevailing wage, in which we're not aligned with a signatory union agency.
One more question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Any questions?
What's your title there?
Chief Executive Officer.
I'm familiar with your work. I think you do fantastic
Putting
work
Chicago to work.
on the south side, so just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
And so, besides doing the summer program, I'm sorry if I missed it. What's your key focus? What do you really like? What do you be doing when you ain't doing the summer program?
Workforce investment and education investment. So we have school-based program inside of Park Manor Elementary School and Paul Revere Elementary School. As the students matriculate out of elementary school, we adjust our program to keep them long-term.
Oh, that's pretty cool. What about Lifeline of Hope? Thank you. Lifeline of Hope.
Good morning. I'm Archery Phillips. I'm the founder and executive director of Lifeline to Hope. We're a 3-year-old organization with my background in anti-violence, working in the city of Chicago on the south and west sides of Chicago. We're currently working in 7 Chicago public schools, 4 high schools, 3 elementary schools. We provide services in the anti-violence world in the West Garfield Park community, where we're providing outreach workers on the street to prevent violence and the fact to try to get individuals to put the guns down and to do something different with their lives. We decided to do a RFQ because it's right in our wheelhouse. We're already working with the youth in the schools and also the parents and family members of the youth in the schools. So it makes sense for us to try and do this piece as well. Hello.
Any questions, Commissioner? You had a
All
question?
three of them.
Commissioner Washington?
No, all three of them when the first three new ones finished.
Okay, well, there's one more then. Okay,
Am I done?
I'm sorry. Okay, what about Bright Leadership Institute? We just want you to give a brief introduction because thank you, sir. We're familiar with the other gang, but we wanted to get these new people an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Renelle Perry. I'm the Executive Director of Bright Leadership Institute. We currently serve schools on the west side of Chicago all year round. We do youth development, entrepreneurship, and I thought most importantly that we've been working with our CHA students a number of years, and we have DeQuan Smith here today, who's a CHA. He can tell you about what he likes about Bright Leadership Institute.
Hello, my name is DeQuan Smith, and I've been a part of Bright Leadership for 2 years now. And I believe that the youth needs programs and jobs that will, allow them to do something different with their summer. You know what I mean? Like, because they too invested in negativity, and this will bring all positivity for the youth and, allow them to, gain skills that they can use for the course of the summer and the course of their lives. Like, this program has changed my life. I know numerous skills that I use now as a young man to, broaden my horizons. This program gonna bring so many opportunities for the youth. It's crazy.
No, that was well spoken. We thank you for that comment, sir.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not yet. Could we just, then the rest of?
Well, I had to bump all three of the newcomers.
Okay.
Welcome, and I do know about Bright Leadership because I've been to some of your meetings. I've been in the cut, different locations, me and my vice. And Lifeline of Hope, I was at one of your presentations on the west side on Racine at a church vegetables. But welcome, but this is what you say, but I'm gonna watch what you do. And hopefully you'll graduate this summer, you become a forever partner of CHA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jackie Somerville from UCAN, the Workforce Director. I am representing our CEO and President, Crystal Hamilton. She was here, but she had to leave. And so we are not new to working with CHA because we worked with the EPS program with Lauren Green for the past 5 years. I'm very excited about that. This is our first year working with One Summer Chicago. And so what we do is workforce, or we work with violence prevention, and we bridge in from violence to workforce, and because we understand that needs to be the tool that will stabilize our community. So thank you. Any questions?
I got one question for you guys when you say.
Okay, thank you very much.
I got a question.
Oh, sure.
When you say violence prevention, I mean, that's not a job for a kid, right? So how would you engage the kids in the summer? I mean, what opportunities lie ahead of them when they come to your program?
Absolutely, Commissioner. So we have several violence prevention programs that we do throughout the year, but they all attached to work-based learning. So our program is that we do cognitive behavior therapy along with work-based learning. So they get about 20 to 25 hours of working to build work muscle, to change their thought process of negative thinking to what does this look like to sustainability, what's their end game. So that's how we tie in the holistic approach for violence prevention and workforce.
So I don't know if I'm asking the wrong question.
No, right.
So as a youth, when I come to your program, what would I be doing? I'm just going to be talking about violence prevention.
No. One is the cognitive behavior therapy piece. So you do some
Okay.
group lessons, but then also not just that, because they have to make money, right? So we have employers that we work with. We have over 40 employers: Walgreens, Rush, Pete's Fresh Market, hospitals. So we align with partners to get them some working. So they work at these employers. And so what they're learning is how to work, how to be live a viable living in the community.
I thank you for speaking, and I'm sorry again as a chair of this committee. My concern, not concern, but my advice to the whole group. If you're working with the kids or you got them out in these different environments, working in different agencies. I'm just wondering, how do you round them back in, or how do you bring them all together to provide some of these services you talk about, like on Fridays? Do you have like a in-house learning day? Anybody, if anybody got something like that, I think that'd
We
be
do.
great, because when they go out to the Walgreens and all that, where do the communication come in besides them waiting on you to bring them their check? I mean, how do they, because I had a kid
Absolutely.
in the summer program, and he was always looking for Miss Pulley on Fridays. But
I
I'm
know
just,
that's right. I know that's
I'm
right.
just trying to figure out, how
know.
do you
That's a
like have
perfect
like
question.
big like probably
Absolutely.
orientations with the kids,
We
like, and
do.
show them how to do job interviews, stuff like that. Do y'all do,
So-
anybody do any of that?
We do that,
Yeah,
and I was just
mentoring.
trying to do high level, so I wouldn't take up the time. But really, we have coordinators, and what you all afford us to do is to be able to bring in coordinators that engage with these youth. They're specialists, so they are to be out at the work site with them, talking to the employer, talking to the youth. We have exposure events, so when they come in to do My Shine, My Future, so they're doing, financial literacy, so all of that ongoing engagement. So yes, they're working, they're doing their group sessions, or they're doing their individual sessions, but we stand hand in hand. We walking with them in this journey. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Ms. Parr, you talking about 4 days working, 1 day off, just be in class with all your fellow coworkers. That way they get that hands-on experience. That's what I was looking for with all the programs. It's okay to be in the youth work 5 days a week, but I'm not really communicating. I'm like adult just going to work. I need to get some hand-hand experience and some life skills.
Absolutely.
To turn my life around. So at least 1 day a week, all y'all, they should come into your setting, all sit together, discuss their lifestyles, not to change their lifestyles, make them more productive people by getting in their heads.
I agree, because 24 hours a day, we only have them 8 hours. What's going on with the other hours, right? What's going on over the weekend? So absolutely,
8
you're
hours
absolutely
make a
correct.
big
Yes.
difference. 8 hours make a big difference.
It does,
Talking
yes.
to me as an individual.
Yes, and
All
so
of
we
us.
got to make sure that those 8 hours are quality hours, not just numbers. We're talking about quality. We're talking about quality engagement.
Right.
I think quality. I think the other young lady from Bright Leadership, I think,
yeah.
wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Thank you. Any more
Thank you.
questions for you, Ken?
Not yet. We'll let you know when
Okay.
they say you
Great.
can,
Thank
and
you.
you get to the mic. Yeah. You can. Sorry.
I just want to
Thanks.
say real quick, what we do, one of our core programs is culinary. So we actually teach them culinary and hospitality. Our goal at Bright Leadership is to make sure that the skills we give them are things they can do with their hands so that they can build onto their future. So we do culinary, we do a lot of different trades that we work with so that they come out of this program with a skill, and the goal is that we keep them all year long. This is just giving us an opportunity to get more kids in the summer. Thank you.
So you keep all your 200 in house?
Yeah, we will keep some of them out. We have a matrix, so we want them to get a diverse. It says it takes a village, so we keep a number of them in house. But then they will also work with what is your passion, what do you love to do, and how do we monetize it. But then also, what are the skills that you're going to need to do so that you can pay your bills in the meantime. So if you love music, then we will put you with a producer, but you will also learn another skill. So I'm sorry, I don't want to take up anybody else's time. Thank you.
That sounds good. I need the other people to come up. I need to ask a question. Teaching culinary is good because everybody don't know how to cook. Young men and young women need to be able to cook to take care of themselves, but also teaching culinary between you 7. There's somebody in between there teach good housekeeping skills, teach them how to clean up, what to look for. But we got these kids, things that we see going wrong with some of these parents, we need to start on youth that's coming up. We need to teach them how to cook. We need to teach them how to keep a clean house and how to wash their everyday life skills so they will survive when they get out there on their own. They won't fail.
Absolutely,
So
we
we gotta
do
learn
that.
some things
So
to
real
teach 'em.
quick, like DeQuan Smith, he had an opportunity because he went through the culinary program. He worked on a movie. So there's a particular movie. Now we just sent him this because we didn't know. They actually listed his name in the credit. So
very good.
those are the different types of opportunities, and we have that on his phone. So I'm so proud to be here and with this rest of this group because we are the folks that are doing the work and making this happen. So thank you for the opportunity.
Well, we have to wait. Well, I have to wait and see what you're doing. I hear you, but I got to wait and see.
So we get Metropolitan Family Services. They got a bigger chunk of the youth. They got 400 youth. The other 3 people that spoke, they got 200 per summer. So I wanted to see how Metropolitan you can give us an introduction and talk about a lot of your program.
Near West Side things.
So, good morning. We are not new to summer youth employment. Last year, we had 425 youth between CHA and DFSS. We've already verbally committed all slots for 400 right now and are looking to expand in different industries as well, but we cover all the different industries. Part of our curriculum is a HOPE curriculum that we did with MHA Labs many, many years ago that builds trust, hope, and motivation in addition to the soft skills, but we do that social emotional learning piece as well. So they come on board for the first 20 hours with us to get them placed out into the employers, and then they come back once a week as well for those touch points.
That's pretty cool. Thank you.
Well, thank you, but you not new to the program. We just had 3 new people. Neither one of them sound nervous, but you sounded kind of nervous.
He old school. She ain't nervous.
She knows she's going to get your questions.
He sounded nervous. The rest of them wasn't nervous. They was like, hey, yeah, we got it going on now.
Is this Center?
Still morning. Good morning, board. I'm
morning.
LaDonna Taylor from Near West Side. We are not new to the Family Works program. We have been working with the young people for the past 10 years. We do a 2-week job readiness training before we put any child on the job. This is my pride and joy. That's why Cindy is not up here. Because I usually switch roles and I kind of manage that program. We have in the past had 350 kids at Crane High School on two different sessions, 2 different weeks. They get job readiness training, they get life skills, social emotional. We have the CHA education partners come out, City of Chicago, and so we make sure we get to know the kids before we put them out. We deal with different workforce industries, and we match the kids because safety is an issue. We have never had an issue at Crane. We have invited CHA and our community partners to just come and see what we do with the young people, and we actually try to place the kids in the community in the zip codes where they live. We map them out because we know that there's violence in the community, and we don't want to send them anywhere where they don't feel safe. So this is a program that I am extremely proud of, and I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity. Any questions?
Centers for New Horizons, please. Thank you. No
Okay.
questions.
Not this.
Oh, you got
That's not.
the centers here? Oh.
Good morning. My name is Moet Dixon with Centers for New Horizons. I'm the Director of Operations. If Carrie sounded nervous, I'm definitely going to sound nervous because this is my first time being up here. But I've been working the program for many, many years. Last year, over operations, of course, I'm overseeing a lot of things, but last year I had my hands on SYEP tight. We made sure the kids had a full week of orientation. We taught them team building. I communicated with them personally. The reasoning why we are so excited about this time around is because we no longer have Family Works program, so we were not awarded that. However, we do have a strong relationship with the kids in our area, 60653. They've been standing with us. They still communicate with us right now today, although we don't have the program.
What area is that? 60653?
I'm sorry?
What area is 60653?
606 Bronzeville, sorry.
Bronzeville.
Yeah. We handle Bronzeville. Last year with Family Works, we handled Bronzeville and Oblook. But again, we were awarded the opportunity for Family Works, but we still have that long-lasting relationship with the youth. One thing that we centers that we want to impact with the kids is aftercare. So not just keeping them for the 6 weeks, always trying to contact them, make sure they're okay. After education, GED, things like that, counseling. We have an IYP, Illinois Youth Investment Act program, that's very similar. So it does, it contacts youth who are underserved, who need that assistance. So in addition to our IYP program, we have CYS, which is the Community Youth Services Program. And yes, so thank you for recommending us for the job. We are confident. We have a long standing with CHA, with Service Connector, from Service Connector to Family Works. I've been a part of that program for many, many years as it transitioned, and we're going to make it work for sure. Any questions?
No, but Centers was always good with the youth, especially came to the summer job with the youth.
Okay.
I don't know what happened with me, but with the youth, yes, you were. Always.
Well, thank you for that.
So for our 3 existing partners, and one of the things I read in the briefing was that you only get like a 50% return on a youth. Like, so some people that came last year, they may not come back. Do anybody know a reason for that? That youth are only returning at a rate of 50%. You're not getting is they aging out? You're not getting all your kids back from the previous summer. And I just want to know what's that. That's
So
a
for
trend
centers-
that I'm concerned about.
Sure, I know you're talking to the group of 3, but for centers, we do get returning youth. We had a handful of those who did enter into college and things like that and aged out, but for the most part, we've been getting the turnaround of the youth to come back.
The majority. So they'd be familiar faces when you see them the next summer.
Absolutely so, for sure.
Or just a few bad ones that you just remember.
No, actually, no. None of them are bad.
That's right. I want to hear you say that. I was testing you on that one.
Yes.
They mischievous.
For Near West Side, we get the majority of our kids to return back. They're calling, and to be honest, like when we came from during COVID, we did like online. The kids wanted to come back in person, so they actually want to stay at Crane the whole 6 weeks, and I'm like, no, you have to go to work. So we get the majority of our kids to come back. I want to say at least 70% of our kids come return.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
And I forgot to mention, because I got to give her some plug. One of our kids, Hope Wooten, she's a part of our summer youthing program, but she works for Near West part-time. She works 10 hours a week because she go to college. And she's our little baby that we're mentoring. So they come back.
That's what we want to see.
Yes.
Dr. Harris.
I just want to ask, does the SYEP include the HCV youth?
Do we service HCV youth? Yes. Absolutely, yes. The majority of, it depends. Sometimes it depends. We are servicing more HCV youth than our traditional youth in public housing. So we want to continue to try to do a high level of engagement to get our traditional youth in public housing to enroll. But the application is open now, and I promise you the majority of the applicants are HCV. Yeah.
Thank you.
Public housing come week before the program start.
So Mary,
learn about summer school.
I just wanted to add that that's providing over 1,600 youth summer employment. So I just want to ask Mary, maybe at the end of the summer, could we bring all them youth together and just take a family photo? That's 1,600.
That's just an SYAP. We probably have 2,300. If we can get them all together, I'd love to do a photo.
Oh, that would be nice.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Washington. I'm sorry. You got a question?
I would just say the family housing,
I'm sorry.
you'd have to see whether or not they have to go to summer school or babysit. For the public housing, it's always more Section 8 for the summer jobs.
That's right. And I do want to, if I can address both of your questions just around retention and the split between HCB and public housing. So, we put that stat in there, about 50% come back to the same program, but it's not to be a negative indication that people don't want to come back.
Okay.
So there's aging out. I mean, the amount of youth we serve in the summer is a drop in the bucket to the amount of youth we have, right? So people take advantage of different opportunities. We also know from our city partner at Department of Family and Support Services that about 40% more youth join other programs in the summer not related to CHA, right? So it could be, right, that some public housing residents, youth residents want other experiences and not necessarily associated with CHA, or they choose some of our other programming, like our DePaul filmmaking or script writing, some of those more unique programs that aren't part of this larger one that we do with our other partners. So,
I just wanted to commend the staff because at the onset, it was a little bit challenging to get providers that could fulfill all 1,600 youth. And so the staff really did have to go out and seek, ask, search for partners that know this work, do this work, in the grounds where we actually serve families. And so I definitely want to give them kudos. And just to the young man that spoke, it's so important, like you mentioned, not only the technical skills that they get, but also the soft skills that they get just to navigate life in general. And so making sure that, making sure that we have partners that could do that. And so kudos to the staff, but also kudos to the vendors who are now our partners as well.
And so I want to say kudos to the vendors too, because these solicitations go out every summer. I guess you guys locked in for 5 years, but every time one expire and one come in. And so as CHA, I think we should make sure that these vendors feel comfortable enough to apply. So sometimes they say the big one's gonna get it and they just don't apply. So I know it had to be a lot of effort, but I think I commend the newcomers for taking that challenge, because a lot of times as small vendors, you may think we'll never get that. And I commend you for challenging the status quo and putting your head in the ring. So with that being said, I thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
And commissioners, we have one registered speaker, and that's Ms. Tamika Holt, who signed up to speak on this item. Commissioner Holt, I'm talking Commissioner, Ms. Holt, can you please approach the podium?
Okay, it's safe to say this is the last time you'll hear from me today.
This the last item.
I know, right? So, I commend CHA, especially Mary, trying to broaden our children's horizons, but we need to do more. I had to go back into the workforce, and I come across a lot of CHA residents. Some are always asking questions, especially when they talking, and it disturbs me with all of this social service going on. I didn't hear anybody say anything about workplace etiquette, things of that nature, anger management, conflict resolution, even because I'm seeing a lot of our residents. I know they CHA residents too. I just helped, right? They don't have these things. And I asked the question, well, have you ever went to CHA summer job program? Yes. So, and they told me that they was just getting a check. You know, they sit in class and sometimes they will be doing absolutely nothing. So I need you to give that same energy that you give your contractors. Social service is big money when it comes to our people. We have inflated salaries and everything else going on in the same spaces. You know, the same thing they do in other spaces, right? Overcharging for things that you're not doing. The same energy and the same monitoring that you do for your contracts, or you said it's going to start happening, do it with social service too. And, you know, the whole quantum center is coming southeast. You know, our children need to broaden their, you know, their horizons about what is possible
30 seconds
besides, you
remaining.
know, just, what do you call it? What do they call it? Hospitality and working at Walgreens. Some of them may want to be managers at Walgreens and not stocking shelves, things of that nature. That's why I appreciated the man from Granger, because he just didn't put our residents in one space. He had a space where they can grow and gain for employment and lead possibly to careers, real careers, where they live making living wages, because living wages is a real thing, and $20 an hour is not a living wage in
Time is up.
Chicago. Thank you.
Ms. Holt.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Holt.
you. Those are right.
So, Commissioner, do you have any further questions on item 7?
Yeah,
Dr. Harris.
I would just like to say, as an elder, young man, would you please stand? I want to say that it was so wonderful for you to come. We just really appreciate the fact that you've come to share with us what you're doing. And I want the commissioners, everybody at this board table, to say congratulations to you, best wishes, and to sign your name, because this is for your scrapbook, okay? That you can say the commissioners not only listened to me, but then they inspired me. And this can be something you can have from us to you with love. I'm taking this opportunity. I'm gonna pass this paper around. Everybody's got a sign, put their name on it. What's your first name? What's your name again?
Laquan Smith, right?
Your first name is what?
Laquan Smith.
Laquan.
Duquan, with a D.
Oh, with a D. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, we should give him one so we get his autograph now.
Yes.
So
Come on,
I
come
had
on.
one more question. I mean, that's not a question. It's just.
I know
just
our
a
time is
comment.
going fast, but can you just do that
And my
quickly?
comment was to Mary. This back to housing. This to us, because we the oversight. I just want to see some of these residents too for the summer. I mean, we know we have our own summer interns at CHA. They've been around housing most of their prior life. Let's see if they want to get do some interns in housing. Those agencies is paying for it. We got partners, other partners like our property management that I think we should figure out a way to place some of those kids in some of those firms, because they files all jacked up. Maybe they can help themselves. Or,
That
you know
is
what I
an-
mean? So we want to see them other places than, like you said, than just that.
That-
I worked at the Department of Human
Yep.
Services as a kid, so I'm just saying I want to see these kids
Yep.
go to jobs where they might one day want to come back to.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
So I thank you. So, Commissioner, do you have any additional questions? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of item number 7. Is there a second?
So moved.
All in favor? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, item number 7 is hereby approved. So I got to take a step back. Next on our agenda for approval is the meeting minutes for January of 2024. We got November. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of the January committee minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. November, this is March, we going to November.
We did not have a meeting in January, a tenant services
Oh, I'm
meeting
sorry.
in January.
Excuse me. Okay, so the meeting, next on the agenda is approval of the meeting for minutes of November 10th, 2024. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will present a motion for approval of the November 10th, 2024 committee minutes. Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will present a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor, is there a second?
Second.
No, nobody want to adjourn? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? Hearing none, the Tenant Service Committee meeting of March 24th is now adjourned.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Good morning again.
Come up, young man.
Good morning. Thank you for rejoining today's recessed meeting in person and our live stream video broadcast. We're now ready to start the business portion of our meeting. Our board secretary will take a roll call to establish that we have a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb,
Present.
Mike.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy,
Here.
Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Yeah.
Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. We will now move on to committee reports. Commissioner James Matanke will present the report for the Real Estate Operations Development Committee.
Good morning. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Harris, Gutierrez, Malone, and Parker. You were here at that point. Commissioners Brewer, Cobb, Gonzalez Cruzy, and Washington were also present. However, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for board approval the following 5 items. 1, authorization to extend the housing assistant payments contract with Nuestro Hogar Apartments, Wrightwood Senior Apartments, Englewood Permanent Supportive Housing, and 3714 Wrightwood Apartments. Number 2, authorization to execute a housing assistance payments contract with Leland Apartments and 5853 North Broadway Apartments. Number 3, authorization for actions necessary for the closing of Southbridge 1C. Number 4, authorization to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with Lowe's Home Centers LLC in the aggregate amount of $30,076,200 for maintenance, repair, and operating supplies. Number 5, authorization to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement with W.W. Granger, Inc. in the aggregate amount of $10,936,500 for maintenance, repair, and operating supplies. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I will present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you, Commissioner Matenke. We have an omnibus motion on the floor for approval of item numbers 1 through 5. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are approved. The next committee report will be presented by Commissioner Parker, Chair of the Tenant Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Tenant Service Committee was held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioner Cobb, Commissioner Cruzy Gonzalez, Harris, and Washington. Present also, but not counting for the quorum, were Commissioners Brewer, Gutierrez, Matenke, and Malone. The Tenant Service Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended the approval of the following item. Item number 7, authorization to award and execute professional service agreements for the Summer Youth Employment Program in an aggregate value of $28,561,650. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the Tenant Service Committee, I would like to present a motion for approval of item number 7.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. We have a motion on the floor presented by Commissioner Parker for approval of item number 7. May I have a second?
So moved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolution for item number 7 is approved. The following 2 items would have normally been presented to the Finance and Audit Committee for consideration, but as I mentioned before, until further notice, we'll present items for the Finance and Audit Committee to the full board for consideration and vote. I'll call upon Jennifer Hoyle, Deputy Chief of Staff, to provide the board with an overview of item 8, recommendation to submit fiscal year 24 MTW report to HUD. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As you know, submission of an annual report is a requirement of CHA's participation in HUD's MTW demonstration program. Both the content and format of the report are based on HUD guidelines. The annual report provides year-end information regarding CHA's housing portfolios, operations, and finances, as well as key MTW metrics related to our use of regulatory and funding flexibility. The following are general highlights from 2024. CHA served more than 65,000 households and invested in housing developments that delivered 687 housing units, including 305 for CHA families, with another 770 under construction right now. CHA's total capital expenditures were $63.2 million, which included upgrades and repairs at public housing, family, and senior properties, and construction and development activity at new sites. CHA used its regulatory flexibility to administer 24 MTW activities. Based on new guidelines from HUD, we've been able to reorganize our reporting on these activities. Outcomes for these activities are now found in Section 1 of the report, and they're organized by their statutory goals of increasing efficiency, supporting self-sufficiency, or expanding housing options. And we've measured them over time to better demonstrate the impact. These positive outcomes include increased efficiency by streamlining the reexamination schedule and process, delivering additional housing by increasing the number of CHA residents in family project-based voucher properties, expanding home ownership options, modifying the family self-sufficiency program to meet resident needs, and providing financial support for the City of Chicago's flexible housing pool, which provides supportive housing for families at risk of homelessness. CHA continued to use its MTW single fund flexibility to fund resident services programs designed to support residents and improve their quality of life. Outcomes for these programs can be found in Section 5 and include some of the following highlights. 94% of participants in the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, now called Level Up, accumulated escrow. 84 families purchased homes through CHA homeownership programs, which exceeded the benchmark of 75 homes that we set at the beginning of the year. 2,240 youth engaged in paid summer opportunities, and 174,000 Golden Diner and 34,000 summer food meals were served to seniors and youth. In total, in 2024, 6,000 residents transitioned to self-sufficiency by moving up an AMI category, buying a home, complying with the work requirement, graduating from FSS, or having a positive exit from subsidy. I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jenny?
I just wanted to go a little into detail when you said they moved up the, is that AMI category? What was-
Yeah, that's an area median income category. So that's broken down by 0 to 30% AMI, which is considered extremely low income, 31 to 50% AMI, which is considered very low income, and 51 to 80%, which is considered low income. So we're measuring residents moving up in those categories. as
So
they
what
get
was that
closer.
percentage? I know what they mean, but what was the percentage that moved up a category?
I don't have the exact number, but they're included in the total that's in the report, so I can get that to you. I will also note that 83% of our residents in total are actually in the 0 to 30% AMI category. So moving up a category really is a big
It's a
achievement for
boost.
residents. Yeah.
That shows the upward mobility of our residents.
Yeah.
They're moving up.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Thank you.
The activities designated to increase efficiency and low cost. Now that changed. I couldn't understand whether or not it changed.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't understand whether or not it changed. Activities designated to increase efficiency and lower costs when the biannual and triannual and the annual rents. Has
So-
that changed or what I can understand in this paragraph?
So what we actually did with those, we used to measure them separately. So we would measure how many people came in for biennials, how many people came in for triennials. One of the things we tried to do this year was look at the total number of residents who had to come in versus how many who would have had to come in if we didn't have these activities in place. So that's what the table is measuring, because when you measure them separately, it doesn't really convey the full impact. So there are far fewer residents who actually have to come in for reexaminations in a given year, and that's how we save money and time.
Okay, so it didn't change. It's still on the annual.
No, the activities didn't change. How we measured them changed,
The
though.
measurements, okay.
Hey, could you? So Jenny, in the past, I think I asked for a rounded out calculation of, because I just want the world or everybody that's watching us to see that, I'm trying to get away from the stigma that public housing residents just don't work and don't do none, kind of what Cobb said in her testimony earlier. So you kind of got a rough number of how many residents is employed or have been employed in the year 2024? Like, is that
So-
it should be
Yeah.
any numbers?
We do have a work requirement for the public housing program.
Not required work, just work. Anybody that's just
It's over 50%.
So 50%
work, and that's
of-
across the whole portfolio, including seniors. So it's most residents are working in some form or another.
We don't.
If
Okay.
they can, yeah.
Okay. So most able bodies at 50% is out there
It's a little
working.
bit higher than 50%. It's 53.
So I need those numbers one day, next time you do a report,
Yeah.
because I want, again, to see that our residents is engaging in work.
Yes.
And just want other opportunities, other training, so that we can further move them on up the ladder. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. That's
When did we get a work requirement?
It-
When did we get a work requirement?
2006, I think.
You're like that changed years ago. You're right, deposit changed years ago.
Yeah,
We don't have work requirements.
CHA implemented a work requirement for the public housing side of the program in 2008.
Can you speak a little bit
Originally-
louder?
Chicago Housing Authority implemented a work requirement in 2008. It originally started at 15 hours per week for families, and then in 2010 it moved to 20 hours a week. We still have the Safe Harbor program, which also looks at if there's difficulties obtaining employment, that they can do 50% of that along with work to attempt to get to a working requirement of 20 hours per week. With resident services, their attempt is to help residents get more than 20 hours per week, but that is the minimum for our side of the program. In most of the mixed income properties, they have a minimum work requirement of 30 hours per week, but they also have in the program that the families can be working, but also involved with other activities in order to equal a total of 30 hours of engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you. That sounds really nice, but that was taken away in like 13. I remember because I used to come to the board and fight it all the time. Why was it taken away?
So
If it is, it's lost in the paperwork and it's not being enforced. I fight this every day.
So
I
this
see
is a
folks
question
that,
we should get to the bottom of it. It's either enforced or it's not, and we don't have to litigate that right now, but we should. And maybe you can get back to us and we can get on the same page about that. I'm gonna keep going just because we're a little bit behind on time, and it sounds like we don't have any more questions on this item. We have one more, which is item number 9. Thank you, Jenny. Item number 9 is a recommendation to approve the adoption and approve the adoption of amended and restated CHA employees retirement plan. Mike Moran, good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here with Linnea Juvenile, who's our Director of Pension, and she's going to brief the board and present this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Speaking
Can
to
you
the
hear me?
mics.
Yeah, I don't think we can hear. Well, let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As he said, I'm here to request the approval of the adoption of the amended and restated Chicago Housing Authority Employees Retirement Plan. This is a request for IRS approval. Every 3 to 5 years, we submit a new plan document to the IRS in order to remain tax deferred. Essentially, what that just means is that when we have deductions from employer and employee contributions, they remain tax deferred until the employee is ready to collect a pension benefit. At that point is when the amount is actually taxed. For context, if we did not have this tax deferral, we would owe 35% of $141 million. A vast majority of the amendments that I'm here to request were previously approved by the Board of Commissioners in January of 2024 to go in effect as of July 1st, 2025. Those amendment changes were to go to modify the pension calculation from a career average calculation to a final average pay calculation, to add something called a cost of living adjustment. So as it stands, prior to July 1st of 2025, what would happen is if somebody were to retire, that dollar amount would be stagnant for the remainder of their sort of collecting of their pension. So if they left out at $1,200 20 years ago, they would still receive $1,200 currently. So what anybody retiring going forward will receive is a cost of a living adjustment anywhere between 1% and 3% annually. For those who were previously retired, we didn't exclude them. They're offered an additional 13th check that gets paid out in November, which is essentially an 8.3% raise. The other change to sort of pay for this or partially pay for this change was starting in July, employees now pay 3% of their salary into the pension plan. This was not anything that was implemented prior. The last time this was implemented was in 1980. So this is a new thing that has already started. The other changes is just the modification of the plan actual calculation itself. So the calculation, again, went from a career average to a final average pay, so the actual change of the calculation was added into the pension plan document. Other changes that have not been previously approved is the changes to the actuarial table, which is just, I guess it's similar to the Social Security tables that are for the actuaries to determine how long or how much we need, how we fund the pension plan itself. And then an additional change was to fall under the guidelines of the Secure Act 2.0, which is sort of a federal guideline, and one of them is in regards to something called a required minimum distribution age. Currently, the age is age 73. Starting in 2032, it'll change to age 75. All that means is that once somebody retires, they have until that specific age, so currently 73, to collect their pension benefit. Otherwise, they get, I guess, dinged by the IRS at a 50% tax bracket. Nobody from CHA doesn't receive, everybody reaches out to us immediately upon retirement to collect. So we've never been in that situation, but the plan document is just to sort of, I guess, to comply with federal standards. And then the last amendment change is in regards to what we deem for a quorum. We've added language to add that unexpected childcare obligations. So essentially, if somebody has unexpected childcare obligations as a trustee, they'll be eligible to participate in the board meeting via the internet, so virtually. Do you have any questions, concerns?
Sure. I'd like to start just to clarify.
Oh, I can't hear.
You mentioned that we've approved most of the revisions we approved in January of 2024 to be in effect as of July 2024 or July 2025?
July 2025.
So coming up later this year.
Oh, I'm so sorry, July 2024. My apologies.
Okay, that's what
My
I thought.
apologies.
Okay. Yep, wonderful. And the ones that we have not approved relate to that federal guideline that you mentioned, making sure we're complying with that. The actuarial, which is basically the statistical model they use to update assumptions about how long people live and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, people are living longer, so we'd had to modify that.
And then the last one that we hadn't approved is this revision with respect to quorum for board members to attend in certain circumstances.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Go ahead.
Man, was you said something about, I guess, with the IRS filing, if we don't file it, we'll owe 30% of the funds. So those funds, 35. So you mean those funds are not held? We just gonna pay them when it's time? Because I'm kind of confused if it's a
Correct.
set aside.
So they're
pot.
set
I thought it was some money set aside.
They are. There's a separate bank account. It's a trust fund that holds all of the assets. And it's not taxable, or it's not taxed currently. So when a retiree comes and or chooses a lump sum or a monthly benefit, that's when it's taxed. But if we don't get this, like, I guess, letter of determination telling the IRS saying that we're still tax deferred, we'd end up having to pay taxes. So let's just say we use these funds for something that's not pension related, we could be held liable for that. So what the plan document does is we set aside sort of like bylaws to say that this is what we're using these funds for and nothing else.
So when you talk about tax deferred, is that for a certain income bracket, or what makes us tax deferrable in the first place?
So just like, I don't know how to explain. You know how you have like a 401k or 457 plan,
Right.
and you put away money to it and it comes out of your check pre-tax?
Right.
So you don't pay the taxes up front right now. You
Right,
pay the
okay.
taxes when you start receiving the benefit. It's sort of the same situation, except for a vast majority of that money is paid for by CHA, and then 3% is paid for by the pension or by the employees. It still comes out of their check as a pre-tax. It comes out of their check pre-tax, and then once they collect the pension benefit, that's when they pay the taxes. So when they are paying the taxes on it, it's based on the tax bracket that they're in at the time of
So they
retirement.
pay their own tax individually. So you're saying if we don't get this paid, because they'll pay their own tax when they get ready to draw down on the pension.
Correct.
That's not nothing we pay.
No.
But you said if we don't do the IRS thing, then we might end up carrying
Correct.
it back. Okay. that's-
Exactly.
Are there any more questions from commissioners?
I just had one question. At the end, you said it was allowed, so they could zoom in or get internet or something.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, at the end, you said that the board members can zoom in, watch television, get internet or something.
Yeah, that was if
Oh.
a board member on the pension board had childcare issues, they could still be counted towards a quorum if they participated remotely.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay, if we don't have any more questions from commissioners and we don't have any requests for public testimony on items 8 and 9, may I have a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, item numbers 8 and 9 are approved. A few announcements before the board goes into closed session. Responses to the January 21st board meeting comments are available at the check-in desk and posted on CHA's website. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, May 27th at 8:30. Just a reminder, you no longer need to register as an observer to attend committee or board meetings. However, people wishing to comment at CHA committee or board meetings must register in advance by phone or online. You can send an email to boardpubliccomments@thecha.org no later than 10 a.m. on Monday, the day preceding the board meeting. You can also visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast on information related to the board meetings or to receive a copy of the public comment process or 2025 meeting schedule. In our continuing effort to improve the Board of Commissioners webpage, we've added a Legistar link that will direct you to the meeting notice, agenda packets, and other information pertaining to current and upcoming CHA board meetings. If you'd like to receive advance notification of meeting information posted to our website, you can subscribe through the Legistar link. You can also call the board secretary's office if you ever need any assistance signing up. I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 2 hours. I know. In addition to item number 10 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss matters under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending, imminent, or probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Hearing none, we'll go into closed section and be back in approximately 2 hours.
We want group picture with you and
Jaquan?
Joanne.
Yep.
So if we could just meet right here in front.
Why
Sure.
you can't stand behind? Why you can't stand behind? That's why we stand in front of him.
It is so good to be with all of you today. I think there's just something about sitting here, right, and looking into the courtyard that gets us in our feels. To think about having been here about a year and a half ago. Here we were for a groundbreaking, and we were looking around, empty space, what used to be Magic Club, at the end of a 606 near Longdale. And all I could do was imagine what this place would look like.
Encuentro Square is such a great project. It is a completely affordable project with 89 units, 34 of which are for folks that are 60% of AMI or lower, and 55 of which are for CHA families.
Simply thrilled to be here at this grand opening of Encuentro Square Phase 1. Yeah.
It's so satisfying to work on a transaction for so long and get into so many details and get into the weeds. And there are times you feel like it's never ever going to come to fruition. And the fact that we all came together, all the public funders, everybody that worked so hard on it, it just felt so great.
On Saturday, January 25th, approximately around 7 p.m. in the evening, the building experienced a pipe break on the supply to the fire system. This occurred in the crawl space of the building, and what happened after that occurred was the basement, which houses all of the heating and domestic hot water systems, critical systems for the building. That area was flooded with water.
The water and how quickly it was coming overtook the pumps that were in that lower level of the boiler room to address any water, completely overwhelmed those pumps. We all dropped everything that we were doing to make sure our residents were safe, and we were able to move them efficiently and again safely to a temporary hotel stay.
Oh, it was good. You know, we had 3 meals and it was good. You know, at least we weren't outside and we weren't hungry. So I thank God for that.
I think that the city did a good job. I think that CHA did a good job in regards to this impromptu experience. The act of God, you know, pipes bursting and all of that. And I think that the team was coordinated properly. Respect was there for our seniors.
It's coordination within CHA, but also with our partners in various city departments as well.
So CHA had to work along with the private property management firm to shore up vendors and contractors to come in, do assessments, and do immediate emergency repairs to get the systems back online.
It's a huge deal. It takes more than just CHA to move 391 households safely and quickly.
And I thank God for CHA for putting us up so quick. And, you know, in that time, they had us up and out of here so quick. So I'm glad about that.
Across the board here at CHA, they make it their personal duty to make sure our residents are taken care of, and we leave no stone unturned.
Today we held our Take Flight Networking and Recruitment event. It's a mid-year check-in event that sole purpose is to make sure that CHA scholars are on track to graduate. You know, personally, it's important to make sure that CHA scholars graduate and obtain their degrees, but it's also critical that they obtain gainful employment afterwards. And today they were able to have that opportunity to network with recruiters from 24 different organizations.
I just want to encourage y'all to just keep going. Don't ever stop. So you never know how close you're going to be, and you didn't come this far just to come this far. You know what I mean? So stay encouraged. Don't ever give up. Keep fighting.
I think this is helpful because
it not only give us an open eye to the jobs that are out here and willing to help youth. So I think it is a good thing that they are doing this because we're able to not only to connect with these jobs, but get jobs and internships through them for future careers.
I'm looking for some connections, you know, I'm trying to find an internship, looking for a full-time job after school. I'm about to graduate this December, so it's very beneficial. I mean, with me finding out about this program, it's like giving me the opportunity to go out and find work, you know, to connect with different professionals and everything. And it's also like good for the people that's living in our community, you know, like a lot of people behind the CHA scenes, like who are not doing too much with their lives and who want to do much more with their lives. This is like a good way to get them out there.
So CHA, I would just say thank you for the opportunity. This is amazing for the community, and we're not even in our communities. It brings us out of our communities to get comfortable with other spaces that we've probably never even seen before. It allows us to be introduced to different careers and businesses. So if you missed out, next time you need to come.
Today we're at the 2024 CHA Senior Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. Today's event's theme is Have a Funky Good Time. This event is my why. It's why I do what I do to make sure seniors are safe, that they have a good time, that they're feeling heard and seen.
This is my first time and I am having a ball. Wish you were here. The holiday season should bring you joy. The holiday season should bring you peace. But if it doesn't, come to one of these events and you can meet new people, have a new adventure, have some good food, and some great entertainment.
Yay, Shay! From State Street to Lake Street. I feel so overjoyed and happy, especially to see some people that I haven't really seen in a long time. It just brings a joy to see some of my former co-workers too. I'll be so happy. I'll be so full of joy and so happy, especially at this time of year.
And it just makes my heart sing to see them having a good time every December.
CHA! CHA! Give me a C! H! A!
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
To get my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well, the music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Alvin. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm so forever grateful for that. Like, my mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to having my parents care so much about me and do a lot, do sacrifice and stuff they do for me is very, it helps me so much, and it's very, like, I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections. Okay. That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to like branch out, and there's a lot of support. So that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our second annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was, I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, Then I got tired of the landlords, so that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient, encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming, and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority, and we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial backing for what we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list, and so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay and it would be too late. I thought I was gonna be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing because like you said, it was up and running in November. By December I was called. Beginning of April I was moved in. It definitely working and y'all doing what you said you was gonna do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. And my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loves because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments in strong communities that help families move forward. And so if this is just an example, but we do it every single day and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was gonna go. Because my grandmother had everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
Be the first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today. Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
It is so good to be with all of you today. I think there's just something about sitting here, right, and looking into the courtyard that gets us in our feels. To think about having been here about a year and a half ago. Here we were for a groundbreaking, and we were looking around empty space what used to be Magic Club at the end of the 606 near Longdale. And all I could do was imagine what this place would look like.
Encuentro Square is such a great project. It is a completely affordable project with 89 units, 34 of which are for folks that are 60% of AMI or lower, and 55 of which are for CHA families.
Simply thrilled to be here at this grand opening of Encuentro Square Phase 1.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying to work on a transaction for so long and get into so many details and get into the weeds. And there are times you feel like it's never ever going to come to fruition, and the fact that we all came together, all the public funders, everybody that worked so hard on it, it just felt so great.
On Saturday, January 25th, approximately around 7 p.m. in the evening, the building experienced a pipe break on the supply to the fire system. This occurred in the crawl space of the building, And what happened after that occurred was the basement, which houses all of the heating and domestic hot water systems, critical systems for the building, that area was flooded with water.
The water and how quickly it was coming overtook the pumps that were in that lower level of the boiler room to address any water, completely overwhelmed those pumps. We all dropped everything that we were doing to make sure our residents were safe, and we were able to move them efficiently and again safely to a temporary hotel stay.
Oh, it was good. You know, we had 3 meals and it was good. You know, at least we weren't outside and we weren't hungry. So I thank God for that.
I think that the city did a good job. I think that CHA did a good job in regards to this impromptu experience. The act of God, you know, pipes bursting and all of that. And I think that the team was coordinated properly. Respect was there for our seniors.
It's coordination within CHA, but also with our partners in various city departments as well.
So CHA had to work along with the private property management firm to shore up vendors and contractors to come in, do assessments, and do immediate emergency repairs to get the systems back online.
It's a huge deal. It takes more than just CHA to move 391 households safely and quickly.
And I thank God for CHA for putting us up so quick. And you know, in that time, they had us up and out of here so quick. So I'm glad about that.
Across the board here at CHA, they make it their personal duty to make sure our residents are taken care of, and we leave no stone unturned.
Today we held our Take Flight Networking and Recruitment event. It's a mid-year check-in event that sole purpose is to make sure that CHA scholars are on track to graduate. You know, personally, it's important to make sure that CHA scholars graduate and obtain their degrees, but it's also critical that they obtain gainful employment afterwards. And today they were able to have that opportunity to network with recruiters from 24 different organizations.
I just want to encourage y'all to just keep going. Don't ever stop. So you never know how close you're going to be, and you didn't come this far just to come this far. You know what I mean? So stay encouraged. Don't ever give up. Keep fighting.
I think this is helpful because it not only gives us an open eye to the jobs that are out here and willing to help youth. So I think it is a good thing that they are doing this because we're able to not only to connect with these jobs, but get jobs and internships through them for future careers.
I'm looking for some connections, you know, I'm trying to find an internship, looking for a full-time job after school. I'm about to graduate this December, so yeah, it's very beneficial. I mean, with me finding out about this program, it's like giving me the opportunity to go out and find work, you know, to connect with different professionals and everything. And it's also like good for the people that's living in our community, you know, like a lot of people behind the CHA scenes, like who are not doing too much with their lives and who want to do much more with their lives. This is like a good way to get them out there.
So CHA, would just say thank you for the opportunity. This is amazing for the community, and we're not even in our communities. It brings us out of our communities to get comfortable with other spaces that we've probably never even seen before. It allows us to be introduced to different careers and businesses. So if you missed out, next time you need to come.
Today we're at the 2024 CHA Senior Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. And today's event's theme is Have a Funky Good Time. This event is my why. It's why I do what I do to make sure seniors are safe, that they have a good time, that they're feeling heard and seen.
This is my first time and I am having a ball. Wish you were here. The holiday season should bring you joy. The holiday season should bring you peace. But if it doesn't, come to one of these events and you can meet new people, have a new adventure, have some good food, and some great entertainment.
Yay, Shay! From State Street to Lake Street. I feel so overjoyed and happy, especially to see some people that I haven't really seen in a long time. It just brings a joy to see some of my former co-workers too. I'll be so happy. I'll be so full of joy and so happy, especially at this time of year.
And it just makes my heart sing to see them having a good time every December.
C-A-J! C-A-J! Give me a C!
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I give my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well, the music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Alden. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm so forever grateful for that. Like, my mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to have my parents care so much about me and do a lot, sacrifice the stuff they do for me is very, it helps me so much, and it's very, I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections.
Okay.
That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to like branch out, and there's a lot of support so that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our second annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was, I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, you know. Then I got tired of the landlords, you know. So that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient, encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming, and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority, and we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial
backing for where we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list, and so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay and it would be too late. I thought I was gonna be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing because like you said, it was up and running in November. By December I was called. Beginning of April I was moved in. It definitely working and y'all doing what you said you was gonna do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. And my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loved because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments in strong communities that help families move forward. And so if this is just an example, but we do it every single day and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was gonna go. Because my grandmother had everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
To our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today. Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious, the cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources, I feel like, that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
It is so good to be with all of you today. I think there's just something about sitting here, right, and looking into the courtyard that gets us in our feels. To think about having been here about a year and a half ago. Here we were for a groundbreaking, and we were looking around, empty space, what used to be Magic Club, at the end of the 606 near Longdale. And all I could do was imagine what this place would look like.
Encuentro Square is such a great project. It is a completely affordable project with 89 units, 34 of which are for folks that are 60% of AMI or lower, and 55 of which are for CHA families.
Simply thrilled to be here at this grand opening of Encuentro Square Phase 1.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying to work on a transaction for so long and get into so many details and get into the weeds. And there are times you feel like it's never ever going to come to fruition. And the fact that we all came together, all the public funders, everybody that worked so hard on it, it just felt so great.
On Saturday, January 25th, approximately around 7 p.m. in the evening, the building experienced a pipe break on the supply to the fire system. This occurred in the crawl space of the building, and what happened after that occurred was the basement, which houses all of the heating and domestic hot water systems, critical systems for the building, that area was flooded with water.
The water and how quickly it was coming overtook the pumps that were in that lower level of the boiler room to address any water, completely overwhelmed those pumps. We all dropped everything that we were doing to make sure our residents were safe, and we were able to move them efficiently and again safely to a temporary hotel stay.
Oh, it was good. You know, we had 3 meals and it was good. You know, at least we weren't outside and we weren't hungry. So I thank God for that.
I think that the city did a good job. I think that CHA did a good job in regards to this impromptu experience. The act of God, you know, pipes bursting and all of that. And I think that the team was coordinated properly. Respect was there for our seniors.
It's coordination within CHA, but also with our partners in various city departments as well.
So CHA had to work along with the private property management firm to shore up vendors and contractors to come in, do assessments, and do immediate emergency repairs to get the systems back online.
It's a huge deal. It takes more than just CHA to move 391 households safely and quickly.
And I thank God for CHA for putting us up so quick. And, you know, in that time, they had us up and out of here so quick. So I'm glad about that.
Across the board here at CHA, they make it their personal duty to make sure our residents are taken care of, and we leave no stone unturned.
Today we held our Take Flight Networking and Recruitment event. It's a mid-year check-in event that sole purpose is to make sure that CHA scholars are on track to graduate. You know, personally, it's important to make sure that CHA scholars graduate and obtain their degrees, but it's also critical that they obtain gainful employment afterwards. And today they were able to have that opportunity to network with recruiters from 24 different organizations.
I just want to encourage y'all to just keep going. Don't ever stop. So you never know how close you're going to be. And you didn't come this far just to come this far. You know what I mean? So stay encouraged. Don't ever give up. Keep fighting.
I think this is helpful because it not only gives us an open eye to the jobs that are out here and willing to help youth. So I think it is a good thing that they are doing this because we're able to not only to connect with these jobs, but get jobs and internships through them for future careers.
I'm looking for some connections, you know, I'm trying to find an internship, looking for a full-time job after school. I'm about to graduate this December, so it's very beneficial. I mean, with me finding out about this program, it's like giving me the opportunity to go out and find work, you know, to connect with different professionals and everything. And it's also like good for the people that's living in our community, you know, like a lot of people behind the CHA scenes, like who are not doing too much with their lives and who want to do much more with their lives. This is like a good way to get them out there.
So CHA, would just say thank you for the opportunity. This is amazing for the community, and we're not even in our communities. It brings us out of our communities to get comfortable with other spaces that we've probably never even seen before. It allows us to be introduced to different careers and businesses. So if you missed out, next time you need to come.
Today we're at the 2024 CHA Senior Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. And today's event's theme is Have a Funky Good Time. This event is my why. It's why I do what I do to make sure seniors are safe, that they have a good time, that they're feeling heard and seen.
This is my first time and I am having a ball. Wish you were here. The holiday season should bring you joy. The holiday season should bring you peace. But if it doesn't, come to one of these events and you can meet new people, have a new adventure, have some good food, and some great entertainment.
Yay, Shay! From State Street to Lake Street. I feel so overjoyed and happy, especially to see some people that I haven't really seen in a long time. It just brings a joy to see some of my former co-workers too. I'll be so happy. I'll be so full of joy and so happy, especially at this time of year.
And it just makes my heart sing to see them having a good time every December.
CHA! CHA! Give me a C!
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a COVID booster. They can get brand new books through the Book Rich Environments Initiative with the National Book Foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I give my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. But I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the likes, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well. The music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey, Aldis. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families. We are at our 14th annual Take Flight College reception. We are celebrating 200 CHA youth from across the city of Chicago heading off to colleges all around the United States.
It's still kind of shocking at the same time because, you know, not a lot of people go to college, and then not a lot of people go to college to play sports. And so I'm so forever grateful for that. My mom sacrificed a lot for me during my high school years. My mom, my dad. So it means a lot to me because I know a lot of people that go to my school, my high school, or that go to school that don't got parent support at all and are struggling. And to have my parents care so much about me and do a lot, sacrifice the stuff they do for me is very, it helps me so much, and it's very, I'm very big on it. I appreciate that a lot.
So my emotion is over the moon. This is such a huge accomplishment for my son. And I'm so proud that he went the distance and stood strong in what he was doing.
Well, I'm here to see more opportunities before I go off to college and meet new people and make new connections. Okay. That there's a lot of opportunities and there's like different ways to branch out, and there's a lot of support. So that people should take advantage of it because it's not always going to be here.
I want to say to CHA, thank you, thank you, thank you. You made it not hard on a parent to be able to not to think about rent and to be able to focus on the bigger picture. And I just want to say thank you.
So today we're here at UIC Student Center, and we're actually hosting our second annual homeownership symposium for CHA residents and future homeowners. One of the things that intrigued me was just this whole idea of building generational wealth, and it's something that I learned later on in life. And I do believe that CHA having a mission in mind of helping our families to do just the same thing. We have so many residents who say, I want to own my own. I want to have my own home. And I too believe that sometimes it's just a matter of giving them the information, connecting them with the right people, connecting them with other people who are like-minded, who have this dream and this journey of homeownership. And also just letting them hear from like the panel discussion that we have today.
The ownership, I've been in ownership since 2013. How I got involved was, I got to see a lot of my friends buying homes. I come from the projects, the family of 7. So I just wanted my own, you know. Then I got tired of the landlords, you know. So that's what really motivated me. This is an opportunity to get your voucher, move, save up your money, become self-sufficient. I encourage them to come because it's very educational. It's a lot of resources, lots of workshops to learn about some of the tips on the do's and the don'ts when you do become a homeowner.
This event is close to my heart because as we talk about the mission of CHA when it comes to self-sufficiency and economic power and generational wealth, homeownership is the way that families can build that generational wealth. Many in the community do not know that CHA has not only rental, but we also support families who want to pursue homeownership. And I like to say that what we are helping families do is to pursue a place to call home, to become owners in their community and part of their community in a way that helps them build a place to build dreams for their children and for the rest of their family.
Today, we are pampering 150 CHA moms in celebration of Mother's Day. So we are so excited to once again partner with the Daisy Foundation, who are putting together this wonderful day of pampering for CHA moms. They're getting a full makeover that includes hairstyling, makeup, a brand new outfit, an opportunity to take before and after photos.
I'm here today to celebrate Mother's Day and also to get a makeover from the Chicago's finest. This is my first time. I love it. Great energy. Everybody is welcoming, warming, and they're asking you, are you okay? You need anything? Very attentive, and they're supporting us.
So we are so excited. This is our 4th year of partnership with Chicago Housing Authority. And we're so honored to celebrate, to pamper, to love on 150 moms. When you think about the adversities that they've had, different things that they've had to go through, whether from COVID, aftermath of that, through illness, through life adversities, it's truly, truly touching to see them smile from the inside out. And our goal is to bring joy.
We're here for a Mother's Day makeover. It's going great. It's bigger than it was last year. It's great. People came out and they doing hair. See, I got my hair did, got my makeup did. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes.
So this is just a way to say thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. You are valued. You are needed. We wouldn't be who we are without you. So we're so grateful.
I recently just lost my grandmother, and she was really the financial backing for where we was living at. And so once she died, everything fell on me. So I actually got caught at the right time because I really needed this.
Restore Home is an initiative to bring back online, vacant buildings that CHA has had, in some cases for years, have been vacant. The full building has been vacant. CHA owns hundreds of buildings throughout the city, but in this case, we have some 2 flats, 3 flats, small apartment buildings that have been vacant for a long time, and we want to make those available for families off of our public housing waiting list, and so we have been committed to doing this in a very short time frame to bring those and make those available to families.
It was a relief because I just was so worried that I wouldn't find a place to stay and it would be too late. I thought I was gonna be homeless. So it was a relief when I got called. Amazing because like you said, it was up and running in November. By December I was called. Beginning of April I was moved in. It definitely worked and y'all doing what you said you was gonna do. So I'm very happy and excited. They brought a new refrigerator, new stove. Everything was brand new in here, which I love. It's a nice half a bathroom downstairs and a whole bathroom upstairs. Then my oldest daughter, she have her own bedroom, which she loves because she want her own space.
This is what we should be focused on at all times, which is providing quality living environments in strong communities that help families move forward. And so this is just an example, but we do it every single day and we will continue to do it.
I felt like it was a weight lifted off my shoulders because I was worried about where we was gonna go. Because my grandmother had, everything was coming from her income. And after she died, I just was worried my kids won't have a place to stay. So this was God's plan.
I want to be the first to welcome you here today to our 2023 Senior Gala, where we'll be taking a fantastic voyage today.
Today we're at the 2023 Senior Holiday Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. I am so pleased with today's event. The energy in the room, just everyone's always dressed so beautiful and having a good time, but today is even more special. The energy is just really high.
Oh, I'm having a fantastic time. The food was delicious. The cake, everything was all good.
This room is full of 1,500 fabulously dressed seniors who are out for the day, and they could go to the night because they're full of energy and verve and ready for the world.
Oh, great time. Yes, I was dancing and screaming and moving, and the food was delicious. And they to come and enjoy themselves and to enjoy life because it is so short. Even though we're at a certain age, we can still have fun.
The holiday season is about giving, and this is a gift from CHA to the seniors to wish them the best in health and wealth and peace in the new year.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so it's not a lot of resources I feel like that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amount and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
It is so good to be with all of you today. I think there's just something about sitting here, right, and looking into the courtyard that gets us in our feels. To think about having been here about 1.5 years ago. Here we were for a groundbreaking, and we were looking around empty space, what used to be Magic Club, at the end of the 606 near Longdale. And all I could do was imagine what this place would look like.
Encuentro Square is such a great project. It is a completely affordable project with 89 units, 34 of which are for folks that are 60% of AMI or lower, and 55 of which are for CHA families.
Simply thrilled to be here at this grand opening of Encuentro Square Phase 1. Yeah.
It's so satisfying to work on a transaction for so long and get into so many details and get into the weeds. And there are times you feel like it's never ever going to come to fruition, and the fact that we all came together, all the public funders, everybody that worked so hard on it, it just felt so great.
On Saturday, January 25th, approximately around 7 p.m. in the evening, the building experienced a pipe break on the supply to the fire system. This occurred in the crawl space of the building, and what happened after that occurred was the basement, which houses all of the heating and domestic hot water systems, critical systems for the building. That area was flooded with water.
The water and how quickly it was coming overtook the pumps that were in that lower level of the boiler room to address any water, completely overwhelmed those pumps. We all dropped everything that we were doing to make sure our residents were safe, and we were able to move them efficiently and again safely to a temporary hotel stay.
Oh, it was good. You know, we had 3 meals and it was good. You know, at least we weren't outside and we weren't hungry. So I thank God for that.
I think that the city did a good job. I think that CHA did a good job in regards to this impromptu experience. Act of God, you know, pipes bursting and all of that. And I think that the team was coordinated properly. Respect was there for our seniors.
It's coordination within CHA, but also with our partners in various city departments as well.
So CHA had to work along with the private property management firm to shore up vendors and contractors to come in, do assessments, and do immediate emergency repairs to get the systems back online.
It's a huge deal. It takes more than just CHA to move 391 households safely and quickly.
And I thank God for CHA for putting us up so quick. And, you know, in that time, they had us up and out of here so quick. So I'm glad about that.
Across the board here at CHA, they make it their personal duty to make sure our residents are taken care of, and we leave no stone unturned.
Today we held our Take Flight Networking and Recruitment event. It's a mid-year check-in event that sole purpose is to make sure that CHA scholars are on track to graduate. You know, personally, it's important to make sure that CHA scholars graduate and obtain their degrees, but it's also critical that they obtain gainful employment afterwards. And today they were able to have that opportunity to network with recruiters from 24 different organizations.
I just want to encourage y'all to just keep going. Don't ever stop. So you never know how close you're going to be, and you didn't come this far just to come this far. You know what I mean? So stay encouraged. Don't ever give up. Keep fighting.
I think this is helpful because
it not only give us an open eye to the jobs that are out here and willing to help youth. So I think it is a good thing that they are doing this because we're able to not only to connect with these jobs, but get jobs and internships through them for future careers.
I'm looking for some connections, you know, I'm trying to find an internship, looking for a full-time job after school. I'm about to graduate this December, so it's very beneficial. I mean, with me finding out about this program, it's like giving me the opportunity to go out and find work, you know, to connect with different professionals and everything. And it's also like good for the people that's living in our community, you know, like a lot of people behind the CHA scenes, like who are not doing too much with their lives and who want to do much more with their lives. This is like a good way to get them out there.
So CHA, I would just say thank you for the opportunity. This is amazing for the community, and we're not even in our communities. It brings us out of our communities to get comfortable with other spaces that we've probably never even seen before. It allows us to be introduced to different careers and businesses. So if you missed out, next time you need to come.
Today we're at the 2024 CHA Senior Gala at the Hyatt Regency Chicago. And today's event's theme is Have a Funky Good Time. This event is my why. It's why I do what I do to make sure seniors are safe, that they have a good time, that they're feeling heard and seen.
This is my first time and I am having a ball. Wish you were here. The holiday season should bring you joy. The holiday season should bring you peace. But if it doesn't, come to one of these events and you can meet new people, have a new adventure, have some good food, and some great entertainment.
Yay, Shay! From State Street to Lake Street. I feel so overjoyed and happy, especially to see some people that I haven't really seen in a long time. It just brings a joy to see some of my former co-workers too. I'll be so happy. I'll be so full of joy and so happy, especially at this time of year.
And it just makes my heart sing to see them having a good time every December.
CHA! CHA! Give me a C! H!
So today is our 17th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We have over 2,000 CHA families who will descend upon the UIC Forum today to pick up brand new winter coats for their children and participate in our resource fair with over 30 organizations this year. This event is so important for our families and well known. They look forward to it. We have families who no longer have children who are eligible for coats who still want to attend because of all of the giveaways and the resources and the service fair. They can get their free flu shot or a book foundation.
Yes, this is our largest event of the year every year, with 5,000 coats being given away, and we call it more than a coat. People are not only getting warmth for their kids, but the kids are getting confidence and they're getting hope, and the families are getting connected with these great social services.
I give my kids some coats and other stuff that they have every year. It's really nice. I appreciate that they give out food. I appreciate the comment, the lights, those things come in handy. The books, definitely, and just medical help that they might give, the advice when they have people coming to give people free phones. I like the energy, the DJ as well. The music, it's a vibe.
It's about some people.
I came to get some coats for the kids. Hey,
alcalde. Very helpful. It's a blessing that you guys do this every year for like the people in need, you know.
So I'm getting some books, some snacks, and some jackets. I think they good, and we're gonna for sure use them for the winter.
17 years in to putting on this event, we are approaching 200,000 coats that we've distributed to well over 40,000 families.
Good afternoon again. Thank you for rejoining today's meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners just finished meeting in closed session where we discussed items number 10 and matters under the closed meeting exceptions. Our board secretary will take the roll call.
Commissioner Cobb?
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Cruzy? Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Malone?
Here.
Commissioner Matanki? Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Here.
Commissioner Brewer?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Commissioners, draft minutes for the regular and closed meetings of January 21 and February 20, 2025 are included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board and closed meetings?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. Pursuant to Section 1 of the OIG Charter, the Inspector General shall be appointed to a 4-year term by a majority of the Board of Commissioners. The Inspector General may be removed from his or her position prior to the expiration of his or her term only for cause by a majority of the Board. The 4-year term of Catherine Richards, our Inspector General, expires on April 1, 2025. Ms. Richards' reappointment and performance was discussed in closed session, and in my role as interim chairman, and after consultation with board members, I would like to make a motion to reappoint Catherine Richards for an additional 4-year term beginning on April 1, 2025 through April 1, 2029. May I have a second?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Well, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, Catherine Richards is reappointed to the position of Inspector General for another 4-year term. She's not in here, but congratulations, Catherine. During closed session, board members also discuss item number 10, personnel actions and other closed session matters under the exceptions of the Open Meetings Act. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners on item 10? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolution for item 10 is approved. If there's no more business to come before this board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As a reminder, our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. Thank you all for participating in today's meeting proceedings. The meeting of March 24th is now adjourned.